Pa da, ja sam Iviću sam čitala. A mislim,
imamo ove kratke forme, a ne
se zove cigla, svi ovi favoriti su nekakvi, da malo rekao.
možemo se preš poslužiti.
Dobro. Ja.
Dobro jutro svima. Good morning, everyone. To our colleagues, friends, guests here in Zagreb and online, a warm welcome on behalf of the Zagreb part of the KEYNOTE project team. I'm very pleased to welcome you all to the second research workshop organized as a part of our Horizon Europe project, the cartography of the political novel in Europe. Co-funded by the European Union and the UK Research and Innovation, which is a public body sponsored by the UK government. Before we start, I would like to give you some information about the project. KEYNOTE is the Horizon Europe Research and Innovation project, which means that it aims to create new knowledge or research a new or improved technology, product, process, service, or solutions. You are probably wondering how it is possible in the humanities, especially with a literary topic. The project sets out to examine how people in different national and cultural contexts engage with contemporary political issues and thereby have their share in shaping European societies and politics in the 21st century. This is done through the prism of the political novel, which is gaining prominence not only in strictly delimited literary circles, but in European societies at large. Given this new relevance of political writing, our goal is to assess the political novel as an important element of the European cultural heritage and as a tool for community building and European advocacy. The consortium brings together an interdisciplinary research team that seeks not only to unpack the rich literary heritage of the 20th century, but also to make political novel experiences relevant to our present. It allows us to understand how perceptions formed by different beliefs, values, traditions, economy, history, culture, age, and gender are reflected in the political novel as a specific literary genre, and how and why this genre re-emerges as a social factor today. Literature may not proffer easy answer to our political problems, but as this consortium suggests, the 20th and the 21st century political novels hold out aesthetic resources for a renewed engagement with the dilemmas that face us now. Aware that the European project has been destabilized in recent decades by crises, economic and political crises, migrations, the pandemic, the climate change, and the war, the question now is how the European heritage of the political novel can become active in strengthening the resilience of contemporary societies to crisis. The KEYNOTE team brings together researchers from the fields of literary and cultural studies, history, political theory, and sociology to analyze the political novel simultaneously as a literary genre and a politically productive social phenomenon, including its role in the broader social political context. Combining the cartographic methodology of literature mapping with direct work with professional and non-professional audiences, primarily young people, the project moves away from the text-centered approaches while also refreshing the inherited philological methods of reader response criticism and reception theory, which are another key element of 20th century legacy. This line of research is complemented by extensive comparative, qualitative, and quantitative analysis of compulsory reading in schools. And reading recommendations in civil society organization in various European countries carried out by experts in the sociology of education. As I mentioned in the beginning, this is the second Caponeo research workshop. The first one was organized last May by our colleagues from the Center for Applied Philosophy, Politics and Ethics at the University of Brighton, with Pratama Banerjee and Oliver Marhart as keynote speakers. The title of the workshop was Thinking the Political, and the main issue addressed was the concept of the political and how it affects our interpretation of the novel and political fictions. In the meantime, our colleagues from the Leibniz Center for Literary and Cultural Studies in Berlin organized our first annual conference, What is the Political Novel, Defining the Genre, in September 23. This workshop on the political novel in historiographical and sociological perspective will deal with the problematic relationship between the political novel and its critical, historiographical, and sociological counterparts, which, as sets of complex signifying practices, simultaneously form particular configurations and analogies. Our joint work is not over yet, because in addition to the annual conference in Brighton in September 24, with the title Political Philosophy, Critique and Novel, several more research workshops await us in the coming months. In May, we have Political Novel and Experience of Migration and Exile, organized by our colleagues at the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznan. In June, we have 3 workshops: European Centers and Peripheries in Political Novel, organized by the colleagues from the Leibniz Center for Literary and Cultural Research in Berlin. Then we have Thinking the Political workshop, second part, with the title The Politics of Borders and the Novel, organized by colleagues in Brighton. And finally, we have another workshop here in Zagreb with the title Political Novel Through the Lens of Gender. In November, we have also, beginning of November, we have a workshop, Dystopian Narratives and Stories about Illness, organized by our colleagues from the University of Nicosia. For more information on the Caponeo events, please visit our website, caponeo.eu, where there you can find all links to our social media, Facebook, Instagram, and so on. And also the recordings of all our events are available on our YouTube channel. And all the links can be found on caponeo.eu. I would also like to express my gratitude to our speakers, to everyone attending this event in person and online, and to the organizing team here in Zagreb. I'm not one of the organizing team. I'm just speaking on behalf of the consortium. So Nenad Ivić, Dejan Duda, Branimir Janković, Zvonimir Glavaš, and our administrative support, Tatjana Tihomirović. Thank you all for organizing this. And in the end, I wish us all 2 days of productive and stimulating discussions here in Zagreb, and I'm inviting all our colleagues online to join us and contribute to our discussion on the political novel. Thank you. Just for a brief introduction, I would like to invite Professor Nenad Ivić, who will be our keynote speaker today. Professor Ivić is well known here in Zagreb, and also by our colleagues from the consortium have the opportunity to meet him in person in Berlin. at our annual conference. But for those who are not so familiar, who are online, just few sentences. As you all know, Professor Ivić is a full professor of French literature and literary theory here at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences in Zagreb, and also Professor Honoris at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Rijeka. He is author of several books, Tekstus, Istraživanja o Amijanu Marcelinu, Napolje druga imaginarna mjesta, Augurium, Gustav Mahler, Pustolovina neodgovornog nosača, Građanski rat riječi, Književnost i povijest, which is, I believe, the last one. But the reason why we have invited him and why he has organized this and participating in this project is his research interest, which is mainly the relationship between history, historiography, and literature, which I believe started with the PhD work,
Yes.
Inventing past, if domišljanje can be translated as inventing. So it is, I believe, a constant research interest in Professor Ivić's career. So please take the floor, and I will moderate, and I hope there will be lots of questions after the lecture. And I also invite all colleagues from our who are participating online to join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Zrinka, for your kind words. Well, I will speak of the title of my talk is Giving Voice. As you have noticed, history nowadays is all about giving voice to the voiceless. Used to converse with the dead, historians are invited to give voice to those to whom it was, for whatever reason, denied, illiterate, oppressed minorities ad infinitum. It is a commonplace. As succinct expression of historians' task, it replaces the expression making history, notably of those without history, faire de l'histoire des peuples sans histoire. As everybody has some sort of history, everybody also has some sort of voice. History and voice, the possibility of voice seems to be universal for humans. Homo historicus, historical being, and speaking being, l'être parlant, fundamentally define human condition. In the second half of the 20th century, we lived in the world of exploded histories. Undoubtedly, this had to do with a sentiment of anxiety over our own fate pervading the world after a rapid post-war progress. Nowadays, we live in the world of multiple voices, undoubtedly because of technical advances and anxiety over the other. On the epistemological level, this change of focus is reflected in the subtle shift from culture, skepticism, and language to nature, certainty, and revealed truth. It simultaneously, in this respect, when history takes making or giving voice into consideration, it simultaneously locates its origins in the actions that produce history. So today, everybody's voice as action that produces history is readily available, demanding to be heard and believed. Croce was right. The cacophony of the world we live in makes us yearn for the cacophony of the worlds of the past. And this conscious effort to solicit the voices of the voiceless is permeated by the unconscious yearning to understand the making of present. We always tend to presentify the past as if to observe history in the making makes it less strange. Giving voice as making history is a metaphorical expression. It joins together history and the historian. It sums up what the historian does, but it also rules gently over his doing. I will take this joining together seriously and try to locate its origin, not as something that is situated in the chronological past, but as something that is always contemporary to the present practice. In this sense, to locate its origin, it is to locate its arche, its command of the present. I will concentrate in this instance on the notion of voice, What we say when we utilize the word voice, what senses, meanings, and explanatory forces apart from commonplace parroting are conjured with this apparently unassuming blanket term. Voice, language, and history are tied together. History does not merely influence language, but also occurs in the midst of it, remarks Adorno in Minima Morale. The language is, in fact, the result of a construction transmitted by humans through an ultimately historical esosomatic tradition. On the other hand, that grammaticalized language cannot exist without a voice that incarnates it in every speech act. Even it is not absolutely clear how this happens, remarks Giorgio Agamben. Moreover, the human nature is so difficult to define because, as it is indissolubly related to language, it has a form of an articulation between two heterogeneous elements whose relation is as problematic as the relation between phone, voice, and logos, the word. This relation is not an endosomatic suture, acquired as such once and for all. It is a historical operation, perennially in act. This operation must simultaneously divide and join what is live and what speaks, what is human and non-human, and it is enacted incessantly and punctually deferred and missed. Anthropogenesis, becoming human of humans, did not occur in some prehistoric archive past. It is an event that still happens involving philosophy, grammar, logic, psychology, cybernetics, and informatics. The human never stops becoming human and staying inhuman, concludes Agamben. As making history, giving voice is nothing less than an element of anthropogenesis. Essentially, those without history are the same as those without voice. History and voice are part and parcel of the same historical operation. If we are reasonably equipped to deal with history and voice as a physical phenomenon, we are singularly ill-equipped to deal with voice as historical phenomenon. Historians, who like philosophers are indefatigable critics, semanticists, and grammarians, are powerless in front of voice. As historians, we read texts. Very rarely we pay attention to accents, inflections, scansions, and prosody of the voice that uttered them. Still, we want to give voice to the voiceless. We write them. Giving voice is writing voice. To what purpose? Presumably to bring forth a dialogue, however flawed or staged. Historians always stage a dialogue, like Thucydides did in a dialogue between Athenians and Melians. Historians' dialogue exclusively involves meaning and sense, and when he attempts to, deconstruct them, are traces and hints of voice gleaned from sources and transformed in speeches, just a sort of modern historian's beautiful speech, eulalia, similar to beautifully crafted Pericles speeches in Thucydides, in order to confirm his and historians' paideia, that Cicero translated aptly by humanitas. With humanity or inhumanity in question, this makes the problem of voice essentially political, concludes Agamben. If history is politics of traces, what can be said about their articulation in voice if the traces are, for the most part, unheeded and or irretrievably lost? In contrast to making history, at least as we understand it broadly in Herodotian sense of inquiry into the past, which was made from the beginning of Western civilization, voice, the conservation and the reproduction of voice is a recent phenomenon. History may have become scientific in the 19th century, but it was always there. It cannot be compared to the great divide between voiceless and voiced past, for example, Graham Bell. Contrary to history, which can be read, voice cannot be heard before the invention of gramophone. It is irretrievably lost. For a historian, a major part of the past is silence. Flaubert, for example, subjected his writing to the épreuve de gueulois. He read aloud what he had written, and only if the text passed the text of his vociferation, he was satisfied. We have the text, but we will never know what exactly was meant by this ordeal. Or we can learn very much about Louis XIII's habits of speech from the copious notes of his physician, but we cannot hear them. Flaubert and Louis XIII are, for us, forever silent. The same goes for the Romans, for the Greeks, and the medieval Britons. In spite of all treatises in oratory and remarks of writers such as Pliny the Younger, we don't, and we will never know what Herodotus sounded like when he presumably recited his histories. Cicero when he pleaded his cases, or an anonymous jongleur when he recounted La Chanson de Roland to the audiences of soldiers before the Battle of Hastings in 1066. It is only recently that we can hear and compare, if we are lucky, for example, Mary Douglas's voice with Peter Brown's recollection of her, as he says, high whisper, her eyes always slightly raised, as if she were reading from a screen in front of her the laser-fast succession of her own thoughts. But for that, we need a historian like Peter Brown, exceptionally sensitive to the body and the, as he says, unexpected sound. Of course, there is such thing as oral history, and certain aspects of orality can be reconstructed from silent documents. The study of antique and medieval literature greatly benefited from it. What eludes us still is not that what is carried by dramatic inflections, subtle stresses, sympathetic accents that can be gleaned from a text, but by the grain of the voice, which is an erotic mixture of timbre and language. It's Roland Barthes speaking in Le Plaisir du Texte. Barthes lamented the fact that literature severed every link between voice and text and dreamed with Flaubert on his mind of a text written aloud. Brown, on the other hand, who also read his texts aloud to himself before offering them to the public, seems convinced that this rendering of the mixture of timbre and language discloses a distinctly human quality of intellectual history, even if it's his own. We can try to write the history of silence, as Alain Corbin, with unmistakable flair for gaps in doing history, did in 2016 in his History of Silence, from Renaissance to the present day. Yet, what does it mean to write a history of silence in an age that is, for us, silent? Speaking about rural societies in the 19th century, Corbin remarks that the interplay between silence and speech is of extreme complexity. The historian must distinguish simultaneously between imposed silences, deliberate silences, implicit silences, instrumentalized silences, and silences resulting from poor command of enunciation, not to mention the refusal of elites to register peasant speech deemed poor, clumsy, and incomprehensible. This remark aptly encapsulates the problem of its opposite, the voice. It also can be imposed, deliberate, implicit, and instrumentalized, and denied. As Corbin silences, the appearing of the sense voiced can be brought to life by patient work of the historian. But from our point of view, how can we set all those silences against the silent debris of the past and elucidate the mixture of timbre and language and its eroticism, write the history of the grain of the voice? Timbre speech is notoriously elusive term to define. It forms part and parcel of the repertory of terms used to define the specificity of voice. Derrida speaks of pure differential vibration as a dream of inaccessible unity and purity that institutes speech, writing, voice, and timbre, and warns that even in an age of readily available voices, voice is totally artificial. And to be made available, voice passes through a sort of extremely artificial dispositive. The dispositive, however, permits certain spontaneity to pass through, which can be seen in little remarks on the malaise in the situation. Derrida's remarks on timbre point to two things. First, the idea of voice is linked to spontaneity, authenticity, and personal experience. And second, if spontaneity and authenticity are unattainable, then we, surrounded by the cacophony of voices, are essentially in the same situation as a historian facing silent past and trying to obey the command of giving voice. His production of voice of the past must pass through an extremely artificial dispositive of history, and by that, shed its spontaneity and authenticity. It is not the voice that is reconstructed that paradoxically lets pass the spontaneity and authenticity. It is the remarks about the malaise in reconstruction that reveal it. They are the personal experience of history in making. Post-colonial critics are acutely aware of the problem of possibility and articulation of voice. As Gayatri Spivak remarks, inside or outside the circuit of the epistemic violence of imperialist law and education, supplementing an earlier economic text, can the subaltern speak? The problem is not new. Giving voice to minorities, women, or the subalterns of the world deprived of voice is not dissimilar from giving voice to luminaries of antique culture. Essentially, there is no difference between giving voice to a slave or to a 19th century worker and giving voice to Pericles haranguing his ecclesia of Athenians. The voice of Greek women is the case in point. Women speak abundantly in tragedies, but Greek tragedies are made, as Nicole Leroux says, are made for men, and doing history on it amounts to the list of limits, map of impossibilities. We think of Greece and Rome as cradle of the Western world and its prejudices. They created, for the first time, a deliberative space for a voice to be articulated and heard. For a long time, we tried to understand them, broadly speaking, in terms of origin, whether situated in the past or contemporary. With the advent of the anthropology of the ancient world, this bond was broken. We endeavor to understand them in terms of difference and exoticism. Similarly, we try to understand minorities in terms of our mutual human origin, tempered by difference and exoticism. This bond is also broken now, and their own authenticity, seen as possibility to speak, to have a voice, has taken its place. Through the dispositive of history, they speak articulately themselves. Their painfully reconstructed, authentic articulations are thought as radically different and use the voice of history to demonstrate the pain and the reconstruction. And precisely because it becomes historical voice articulated in history and by the dispositive of history, because it obtemperates to the poetics of history, loses its authenticity. But it doesn't mean that it is imaginary or untrue, just that it is lean and hungry. If authenticity has any sense whatsoever in history, there is nothing more inauthentic than the I experienced, mon ressenti en français, cornerstone of voice to be given to the other in historians' staged dialogue. Gayatri Chakravorty writes in a really astounding passage, I had walked about in the hills where buses did not go. Shy, hardy women gathered leaves and vegetation from the hillside to feed their goats. They were the rural subaltern, the real constituency of feminism, accepting their lot as the norm, quite different from the urban female subproletarian in crisis and resistance. If I wanted to touch their everyday without the epistemic transcoding of anthropological fieldwork, the effort would be a much greater undoing, indeed, of life's goals than the effort to catch a Rani in vain in history. These are the similar limits of knowing. Why do we resist it when deconstruction points at them? By recounting her own experience of finding history, Spivak builds her own stage or scene of historical operation. Her touching of every day of the rural subaltern as a real constituency that effortlessly glides into autobiographical cameo of her undoing of the life's goal, albeit offered in a prudent conditional mode, furnish this scene with certain realism that are in fact 21st century localist academisms. They try to reconstitute symbols and offer to the public the occasion to identify with itself with the images of the perennial suffering self. That this suffering self is transmogrified and appears to be duly coached by the historian or the literary critic, infected by history, to audition unsuccessfully for some master chef of words, is another. The staging and drama voice, aiming at deep consensus, projects itself as arche, as command, origin and command of giving voice that always, even when it is framed by Freudian useful fictions and delivered as a verdict, bypasses the singularity of the grain of the voice. But in The Voices of Marrakesh, Elias Canetti, astute observer of masses, grapples with his personal experience of the grain of the voice. And he writes, "Here I am, trying to give an account of something. And as soon as I pause, I realize that I have not yet said anything at all. A marvelously luminous, viscid substance is left behind in me, defying words. Is it the language I did not understand that, and that I must now gradually find its translation in me? There are incidents, images, sounds, the meaning of which is only now emerging, that words neither recorded nor edited, that are beyond words, deeper and more equivocal than words. A dream. A man who unlearns the world's languages until nowhere on earth does he understand what people are saying. What is there in language? What does it conceal? What does it rob one of? During the weeks I spent in Morocco, I made no attempt to acquire either Arabic or any of the Berber languages. I wanted to lose none of the force of those foreign sounding tribes. I wanted sounds to affect me as much as lay in their power, unmitigated by deficient and artificial knowledge of my part. On the other hand, Foucault grappled with the voice of infamous men. And he says, lives of a few lines or of a few pages, nameless misfortunes or adventures gathered in the handful of words. The term news would fit them rather well because of the double reference it suggests to the rapid pace of the narrative and the reality of the events that are related. For the things said in these texts are so compressed that one isn't sure whether the intensity that's passed through them is due more to the vividness of the words or to the jostling violence of the facts they tell. Singular lives transformed into strange poems through who know what twist of fate. Here is rarity and not prolixity that makes reality equivalent to fiction. There was a kind of immense and omnipresent call for the processing of these disturbances and these petty sufferings into discourse. An unending hum began to be heard that delivered individual variations of behavior, shames, and secrets into the grip of power. The Voices of Marrakesh, the book was published in 1967, and The Lives of Infamous Men in 1980. Although they are both laminating discourse of thought and want to be the account of something which is named archive of travel, they don't give verdicts. it is difficult to imagine two more different approaches to giving voice to the other. Canetti's battlefield is situated in himself, in making sense of his own recollections of the other. Foucault's is situated in knowledge, is making historical sense of documents on marginals, as it is appropriate, on the one hand, for the author of Blendung, and on the other, for the author of Les Mots et les Choses. Yet, their incidental musings resonate on a deeper level. To her list of impossibilities of woman history and voice in ancient Greece, Nicola Rowe added a crucial remark. But the flights of free language remain, which in Euripides mimic more than reproduce the prosaism of everyday speech. Canetti and Foucault, each in his own way, try to come to terms with this marvelously viscid substance on voice and understand how it defies words, critique, semantics, and grammar. Their flights of language do not degenerate into turgid and verbose declamation, this is Gibbon speaking, of a theoretically informed historian, nor do they have the ungainly informativeness of a railway timetable or a phonetician. They exclude sense and meaning to capture the strange poetic quality of the differential vibrations, the singularity of its tumult like a deepest hush that makes the power of language. The force of foreign-sounding cries that affects Canetti and the hum of infamous men that Foucault delivers into the grip of power obliquely reenact rather than reproduce the erotic mixture of timbre and language which makes the grain of the voice. They also have their origin at their command, but their own voice, delicately and freely articulating what is beyond meaning with their own language, reveals what the given meaning conceals, makes it more humane and therefore more political. Remarks of Canetti and Foucault are also stations in journeys of the mind, hints and traces of the malaise in performing imaginative reenactments of ascendancy of voice over meaning. They illustrate what it was like to be amidst the force and that force and intensity, feel it, make it happen, and give account on it. And they achieve it, or at least try to achieve it, by poetical means, by flights of free language, by what can be called the fictive. What is the fictive? What if the fictive, remarks Foucault, was precisely not the beyond, nor the intimate secret of the everyday, but the flight of the error which hits us right in the eyes and offers us everything which appears. In that case, the fictive world would be also that which names things, makes them speak, and gives them in language their being already split by the sovereign power of words. In his text, instance, aspect origin. A witness of Peter Brown lecturing captures this elusive yet cardinal quality of the fictive, concealed by the language that says something to somebody. The stammer came into its own, Peter Brown stammers. The stammer came into its own as a rhetorical tool, and he did the holy man in different voices. I still remember the desert father Pambo, tempted by demons and carrying feathers on a stick and crying out, "Go, go." Brown spoke to historians and about history, yet he also spoke for the pleasure of speaking, logo harin, legosin, as Aristotle puts it, and the holy man, the object of his speech, became, in the eyes of everybody, objective, the effect of the omnipresence of his words. Brown's stammer, turned rhetorical tool, delivered the poor desert father from the scorn of Gibbon, which is no mean achievement, by enacting the articulation of his own voice and the historical logos. He fleshed out the holy man, and late antiquity, as we know it, came into being. Yet free language does not mean absolute license. It is an act of criticism that transforms the inhuman drabness and muteness of the real into human, colorful, and noisy reality. Object-oriented and object-free, flights of free language in Canetti, Foucault, and Brown plunge us into the vibrating social world of equivocation, polysemy, and harmony, where we can hear the grain of the throat, the patina of consonants, the voluptuousness of vowels, a whole carnal stereophony, the articulation of the body, of the tongue, and that of meaning, of language, as Barthes has it, all that making difference and therefore making sense. Like oil poured on water, the affected written voices glisten, floating over tumultuous silence of the past and deafening cacophony of the present, and hit us in the eyes. In their own way, they reenact the articulation that divides and joins what is live and what speaks, and invite us to observe for a brief moment the perennial articulation of voice and language. They make us aware of our becoming human. With equal gusto, the fictive taps into ebullient streams of life and deep corporeal and carnal tides of humanity, and in doing so risk is itself historical. This va-banque of the fictive is not to be taken lightly. It makes us conscious of our own anthropogenesis and reminds us of the precariousness of our own humanity. Thank you. Just a small remark. I was inspired to think about that by two verses from Victor Hugo in his Contemplation, when he writes non, tout est une voix et tout est un parfum, tout dit à l'infini quelque chose à quelqu'un. Everything is a voice and everything is a perfume. Everything says in the infinite something to somebody. And what inspired me is this link between this necessity that if you say something, you have to say something to somebody. That's and I put these two verses in the as a motto to my talk. Thank you once again.
Here because
Okay.
we have enough time, half an hour for discussion.
Yeah, you gave me a lot in me, half an hour.
Yes. But I hope we were very optimistic, and I'm really optimistic that not only your but all other talks will spark discussion, and I expect there are many questions. So I'm giving you the opportunity to start here or online. Then I'm going to just thank you for your talk. It was really interesting to have this to give us like a genealogy of the way giving voice in history and in literary writing is actually should actually be perceived as a political act par excellence, bringing human in the public sphere. And also, it was really interesting to hear how you described the tension between the speech and writing and giving voice in textual media. So I have in a textual media, and also departing and seeing in that process a political potential, departing from Agamben's analysis of being human equals being in language, which is a Heideggerian notion.
Yes.
So we won't mention Heidegger here, but but just to which is also a dialogue of Agamben with Heidegger. And also, I like how you introduced also the discussion that has been sparked by post-colonial theory, where this plurality of voices, of suppressed voices, is being addressed, and how you related it to the suppressed voices of history, and remind us how history has worked through centuries in dealing with
voice, with silence,
with silence and with voice. So my question is, could you maybe try to outline maybe from your analysis 2 or 3 or maybe a few different kinds of politics that you that can be derived from these various types of giving voice in various histories and in some of literary genres. You have mentioned tragedy and...
Yes, well, there is one case, and it is well documented, and that's the healing process or amnesty process in South Africa. And it was described by Barbara Cassin in one of her books, where she just tries to show the power of words in the process of making a nation, South Africa, or more a South African society. What is interesting in Cassin is that she starts from a sophistic theory of language that is opposed to Aristotle, who in fact links the language with the two necessary conditions. One is the rule of non-contradiction. The other is that the language must mean something to somebody, which generally I found in Victor Hugo. Contrary to him and to Aristotle, the sophistic tradition points to the sheer pleasure of speaking, and by that creating something what can be called the world effect. And Cassin used this theory to show how you can construct something what she calls the people, rainbow people, in that very painful healing process of society making in post-apartheid South Africa. And this is linked also with an astonishing remark of, she links it with the astonishing remark of Aristotle in his Constitution of the Athenians, when he says, when he speaks about the amnesty after the civil war in Athens, and uses the verb beautifully politicized. And that is the impact of fiction on Carlos politicized. The impact of, and he stresses the impact of fiction on healing society, divisions in societies. But what is also interesting, because this phrase of Aristotle's comes after the description of amnesty, which the law goes with the provision that anybody who speaks about the past will be put to death. This is one possibility of using language and fiction to forge something like consensus or consensual society.
Very optimistic.
Yeah, it is very optimistic, and it's defeated by the facts, as it seems, but still.
Okay, we have here one question. Just Feel free. Everything is being recorded and everything is being recorded. But thanks to our colleagues from our technical support, you can speak and everything will be heard online. We don't have to come, so feel free to ask.
Thank you
Yes.
for the warning and thank you for the wonderful lecture. So our voices are being recorded, so.
Yeah,
No need
that's
for,
my point.
No need for a book of proceedings, right? So, I wanted to ask you about the role of the historian, which you touched upon at the beginning of your lecture. If you look at the well-known 20th century criticism of traditional epistemology, and when we say that every time a historian faces a text, he exerts a kind of interpretation, a violence of sorts upon the text. But as you said, when we are facing the ethical imperative of giving voice, then we do not want to exert any kind of violence. Do you find it paradoxical, especially in the age of voice reproduction? Does that mean that the historian, when he faces the voiceless, has to stop being a historian and must become a gramophone?
Oh, that's what that's why I told that this passage from Spivak is astounding. That's what is implied in her text, to shed all her anthropological knowledge and then to hear the real. And that is really astounding for a so well-informed historian. And also, she mentions deconstruction at the end of the passage, without deconstructing her own position in this particular juncture. Well, I really don't know, but what makes the women who guard goats a real constituency of feminism with respect to, for example, a female professor on an American university? What makes the difference? Why is that real and the other implicitly unreal? Yes. So what I think is we have to historicize more. We don't have enough history in speaking or giving voice to anyone we want to give voice to.
It's what you quoted about whom the sentence. Sorry. So you quoted a particular author with those words. Those without history are those without voice. Does that imply that by giving voice we give someone or some community of history? Because if so, we're still just reiterating the big asymmetry of power between those who give voice and those who receive voice. Would that be kind of unpolitical statement? That giving voice is actually not empowerment, but just kind of allotment of attention.
I don't think so. It is a political statement, and that's the quote from Foucault, and he is very much aware of that. That even when you give voice to somebody, that implies the interplay of power and the capillary interplay of power, and then implies politics and biopolitics in this particular case. And that's why what he is interested in is, as he said at the end of this passage, there is a meaning already given, the language already given, which has to be interpreted in a way to give a possibility to new meanings, and not as a sort of commentary, as it puts it, which will repeat what is given in the text. I don't know if I responded to your question, but that's the way I see his position.
But if we take into account the greatest political ruptures, at least in the modern history of French Revolution, the Russian, Chinese or Yugoslav Revolution, it's exactly those who didn't who weren't allowed to voice themselves, but who kind of stole the opportunity to voice themselves. So it's not about hearing, it's about speaking.
Well, I think that's a different niveau of history, because you were referring to something what Brodel would call foam of history, and what Foucault is referring is this intermediate niveau of history between a longue durée and the foam of history, the conjectures. So those things, those processes which are commensurable with the human life and change every, we can say 30 to 50 years culturally. And well, as I said, history after the French Revolution is generally different, because French Revolution created a deliberative space to presumably everybody to have a voice. But before, with a hierarchical society, the hierarchy was in the Middle Ages and in the Antiquity. The hierarchy was based on the possibility of having a voice and not having a voice, of speaking and possibility to speak and possibility not to speak. Go on.
Because when I was reading your abstract, I was I understood the first sentence in the sense that you made a distinction or highlight the tension between giving voice and making history. And I think this tension has been implicit in these questions now and also in your lecture, but perhaps to make it more explicit. There is an implicit, there is an obvious paradigm shift in historiography and also in literary theory between the paradigm of making history and the post-colonial, let's say, anti-colonial making history and post-colonial theoretical giving voice. This is how I understood your lecture, of course. And then I think we should be cautious not to make this kind of paradigm shift too strict, in the sense that we say that the anti-colonial historiography didn't give voice or something. I was just thinking of C.R. C.R.L. James, Black Jacobins, where, if I remember correctly, there is a novel, an autobiographical novel, Girl from Martinique, I think, which is, I'm not sure anymore is it central, but it plays a role in that, in his book, where it is about giving, it is an kind of authentic voice, giving, like voicing the authentic experience in a way. And it was a political novel in France, because it was the first report from Martinique, gaining great publicity in French public at the time. So, and he draws upon that. So I think this giving voice is not something which was invented by post-colonial theory, post-colonial critique, but was already there. But what got missing, or what is missing in this after the paradigm shift, is this theological or the telos, or in a sociological Marxist sense of making history. So this historiographical, historical perspective got lost in post-colonial theory, according to some kind of general understanding of it. So yes, my question is, do you see it like that, or how can you comment upon that? And what implications would that have also for writing political novels? So I had to rephrase the question again, sorry. Is there some kind of reinscribing of let's say, individualism, or like liberal, in your understanding, of liberal individualistic understanding of giving voice in post-colonial theory, which is kind of criticism that was given to Spivak, because it is kind of, let's say, focused or made by the pattern of the Western novel and Western political novel, in the sense you give voice to individual voices, but you don't have the whole sound. Yeah, you don't have this, what you said, you have to say something to somebody, and how I come to that question from something which is a recent innovation in film, production where they, like Serbia Rossitsa or this now Oscar-winning movie Zone of Interest, they do not give sound to people, to individuals, but they reproduce, they do not voice, but they reproduce sound which could not have even been heard at that spot at the time of, you know, like what is retold by the movie. So they are recreating the whole context, which is actually, as you say, completely artificial, but they give sound to these voices that were heard or that we imagine that we hear. So is there something, you know, something which has implications, this technical paradigm shift also in
Oh, yes.
for the historiography?
Yes, in fact, I agree completely with you. Making history, faire de l'histoire. I took the formula from the famous book published in France, Faire de l'histoire, which launched the in the world the Nouvelle Histoire French, and giving voice to the voiceless. It was I think you can find it either poets speak about it, novelists speak about it, and historians speak about it. What I would say that we can speak on the other hand of the paradigm shift, but on the other, there are two paradigms are coexisting actually, and it depends on the accent we want to give to the thing. And in fact, it depends on the market of knowledge, because you publish with more ease something which is entitled giving voice to something which is entitled making history. Actually, that's this sort of mode. Secondly, when you spoke about the authentic voice in the novel, I think what I said applies also to that. There is no authenticity with the authentic voice in the novel. It's always artificial. But the thing is, as I think that's the what Agamben says, that is constant interplay between culture and nature, between what is natural, our natural possibility to speak, and our phonetics, and our cultural reworking of it that makes the thing interesting. It was always artificial. Romans trained themselves to speak, or made authors speaking there, and that Cicero was standing behind an author speaking. So just the modalities that change. What I want to say is, Zrinka observed that it is a constant question, something like a longue durée obsession, either of history or of literature. But what is interesting that, and I try to show it with those texts from Foucault and Canetti, that it is precisely the artificiality that makes us that points us in the right direction to our nature and our anthropogenesis, and that's political in the novelistic experience.
Thank you. We have I think, time for 2 questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It got me thinking about something about the body. Actually, as you said, voice is mostly constructed or is perceived as an axosomatic transfer. But I was thinking about, for instance, Didier Ribon's work on insult, for instance, and I didn't think about it before. But if we take the vocality, the voice-centered aspect of an insult, it only functions because it's an auditive phenomenon in a public space. And it's also a kind of a bodily experience, because once you're insulted in a public space, as everyone shows, the whole reality around you is transformed. But it also has bodily effects. You're getting blushed, your heart beats faster, etc. You're literally penetrated by another's imposition. And I was just thinking, could you perhaps reflect a bit of the status, on the political status of voice in contemporary theory? For instance, in affect theory, which is quite interested in the body, but perhaps in general political theory. Because on the one hand, it's just my impression, I'm hoping to hear your opinion. On the one hand, there is this kind of sanitized version of the voice, which is quite political. It is good to give voice to other people, but then again, within this kind of democratic conjunction that we are living in, the voice is extremely dangerous. There is a constant reminder that we should perhaps renegotiate voice, particularly in public situations or in politics in general. So that would be kind of my question. The political status of voice in contemporary theory with regards to the body.
Well, I will try to answer your question with a remark on what you said about insulting and the insult. The insult is, in my opinion, similar to the role the case of vocative plays in the relation between speech, language, and things. The vocative is sort of interpellation. It creates names more than designs something. When you say, oh, somebody, you don't imply that he exists. What you imply that you make him, you make his existence. And in the same time, you shape his body. And that's the role of the insult. It doesn't imply your actual existence as a thing, but it has this effect of the world by shaping your body and shaping it in a certain category. And that's, I think, the political role of it. Did I answer?
Just a short question about historians again.
Of course.
About a situation when the historian is giving voice to himself, employing I in historiography to quote Enzo Traverso. And there's, as you know, a tendency among historians of autobiographical writings and its own family histories and etc. What about this kind of?
Well, I think that is a different matter in effect. This I of a historian, I think it calls it injecting the I in history, is a phenomenon that existed even before, from the beginning. Neither Herodotus or Thucydides, their histories are unimaginable without the I who shapes the historical world. Michelet in France and Traverso, I think, speaks about him a little, does exactly the same thing. I think the I of the actual historian is a marketing tool, a fictional marketing tool to sell history. Because it doesn't change fundamentally what history is and the rules of producing history. I don't know if I answered at least a part of your question.
Yeah. Short break, 15 minutes. We continue at 11:15. It's on with Glavaš. And please join us for coffee and refreshment. And for our online, see you in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Perché non c'era super, no? Ciao, il
Hi everyone, and welcome to the second session of this workshop. My name is Tara Tawar-Windsor, and I am a postdoctoral research associate at the University of Cambridge, and I'm working as part of the Capineo project, and I'm really delighted to be here in person today. I'm also delighted to be chairing this session, where we'll hear a paper from Zvonimir Glavaš, and I don't think he really needs any introduction. I think everyone here knows him, but just in case you don't, he's a postdoctoral researcher here at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Zagreb. And he also completed his PhD here in 2020 with a dissertation broadly translated as Literature in the Literary Theoretical and Post-Marxist Theory, which also appeared as a monograph last year under the title The Post-Marxist Condition. And he's also, as you know, one of the co-organisers of this workshop, and I think also one of the key driving forces behind the project as a whole. So the floor is yours, Zvonimir.
Thank you, Tara, and thank you for the kind words about me being the driving force. I don't feel like one, definitely, but I can try to help things move along with this paper. Although it's always hard to present the paper, it's always challenging to present a paper after speeches as wonderful as one given by Professor Ivić. Some of the things here in my paper might have a connection with something that Professor Ivić already mentioned, and I even wanted to ask a question in discussion which ties two papers, but decided to leave it for discussion after this one, perhaps. So my paper is titled First as a Tragedy, then as some other figure, on tropology of history and a political novel. And now I'll try to elaborate what I think of behind this notion of tropology. But just a moment until I fix my presentation. Apparently the wrong one is being played here. Sorry. Now it should be okay. So Hale remarks somewhere that all facts and personages of great importance in world history occur, as it were, twice. He forgot to add first time as a tragedy, the second as a farce. These are, of course, the opening lines of Marx, the 18 Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. And with references to them, Hayden White in his The Content of Form asked whether is there any logical or empirical test by which the truth value of this assertion could be determined. The mere factual accuracy of the events of 1851 is certainly testable, but is there a set of objective criteria by which a particular chain of events is to be seen as a tragedy or a farce? The question is rhetorical, of course, and serves White as one of many arguments to show that what distinguishes narrative history from other accounts of past events, such as annals or chronicles, is the possession of this has a structure and order of meaning that it assigns to a group of events using one of the possible modes of representation. A concept known from his seminal meta-history, of course, is further elaborated in essays in The Content of Form and Figural Realism, so these books here. And in one of these essays, White argues that historical discourse, unlike annals and their vertical listings of events, forms chains of semantic metonymies that, I quote, transform the list of events into a discourse about the events considered as a totality evolving in time, end of quote. This process, which White calls allegoresis, because the meaning assigned by employment is not inherent in the events themselves, but is something that belongs to another realm, requires a common metaphysical principle on which the assertion of one meaning or another depends. In searching for the origin of that principle, White reaches for Hegel's philosophy of history and his assertion that, I quote, a specifically historical mode of being was linked to a specifically narrative mode of representation by shared internal vital principle, which comes down to nothing other than politics. That is a state endowed with the constitution in Hegel's case. Ironically, as White argues, traditional historical discourse gained its prestige precisely in opposition to various philosophies of history, contrasting its supposed objectivity with the ideological undertone of their grand narratives and becoming the point of reference for judging their concepts. Yet despite this objectivity, White claims that if there is, I quote, any logic presiding over the transitions, if there is any logic presiding over the transition from the level of fact or event in the discourse to that of narrative, it is the logic of figuration itself, which is to say, tropology. This importance of the tropological in the history refers not only to the attribution of specific meaning, a tragedy or a farce, for example, but also to the specific kind of causality established in the history, which, according to Jameson, is different from teleological, mechanical, and structural causality. We now pause briefly with White and turn our attention to a strikingly similar generalization of tropology on different terrain. According to Mahat, who was already mentioned here today, if one had to name the epitome of post-foundational political thought, the choice would probably fall on Ernesto Laclau, who already in his first study, Hegemony and Socialist Strategy, most fully established the equation of ontology with political theory and of political theory with discourse theory. Laclau, who like White was a reader of Roman Jakobson, further emphasized this equation in his last book, The Rhetorical Foundations of Society, by reformulating his political theory entirely in rhetorical terms. An ossified political differential system is for him equated with apparent 0 degree of figurality, the formation of a hegemonic relation that undermines such a differential system by forming new subjectivities across the boundaries of previous positions is equated with metonymy. The chain of equivalences established between these positions with reference to a sort of quasi-transcendental element is equated with metaphor, and the establishment of such quasi-transcendental transcendence is equated with cataphrasis. The cataphrastic character of any grounding of differential system, the conviction that, unlike in various epistemological realisms, including classical Marxism, there is no real 0 point of figurality, no immanent or transcendental stable ground of socio-political reality, leads Laclau to conclude that politics is essentially a tropological activity, since it deals with, I quote, articulation of heterogeneous elements, the duality between institution and subversion of differential positions. Moreover, to describe the fundamental equivalence that precedes any articulation, Laclau draws on the famous formalist concept of literariness. He argues that, I quote, conceived at a broader level of generality, the literariness breaks limits of any specialized discipline, and its analysis involves something like the study of the distorting effect that representation exercise over any reference, effects that thus become constitutive of any experience. Now, Laclau is apparently not the only political theorist to resort to such a generalized concept of literariness. Jacques Rancière, whose perspective is highly compatible with Laclau's, also argues that the zone politikon is a literary animal, that the man of democracy is a poetic being capable of disentangling the orders of words and things that have assigned everyone a place, and that literariness is nothing other than a generic name for the disruption of every ethos and nomos of the community. In contrast to Laclau, Rancière was also concerned with the theory of history. In his 1992 study, The Names of History, whose English preface was written by none other than Hayden White, Rancière argues that, I quote, "There is a history precisely because no primeval legislator put words in harmony with things. The fact that one finds almost identical formulation in White studies outlines the full circle, or rather the triangle, between White, Laclau, and Rancière, but above all between history, politics, and literariness." In addition to the often mentioned formal kinship with literary realism and the recognition of literary modes of employment beneath historical discourse, White's work thus obviously emphasized another dimension of the literariness of history, namely that which is crucial for post-foundational political thought as well. But unlike in post-foundational political theory, where the notion of literariness of politics drew focus to those rare but precious moments of reconfiguring the differential order, the transgressive impulses in White's account on history are a bit more modest. In contrast to Rancière, who sees the proliferation of discourses through the decoupling of words and things as synonymous with revolution and praises its emancipatory dimension, White explicitly states that he is, I quote, "against revolutions, whether launched from above or below in the social hierarchy, and that he, I quote again, would wish that the political and social matters, both politicians and political thinkers, were guided by the kind of realism to which a disciplined historical knowledge conduces," end of quote. However, for him, it is a matter of professional and political fairness to examine the political subtext implicit in the disciplining of this field of study of history. But in this investigation, alternatives are rarely envisaged, and the political dimension of the analysis is not thought through to its final consequences. It is clear from White's arguments that different historical subjects will implode certain chains of events differently. What he overlooks, though, or fails to emphasize enough, is that, as Rancière points out, historical subjects themselves are the product of the cataphretic nature of historical discourse. That, I quote, "there is history because the speakers are united and divided by names, because they name themselves and name the others with names that don't have any close relation with sets of properties, be it proletariat, nobility, or Mediterranean. If the possibility for what was, I quote again, previously heard only as inarticulate noise to move new subjects into common space, end of quote, depends on forms of particular poetics of knowledge, then White's text is conspicuously lacking in alternatives to the prevailing realist poetics with which he mostly engages. Yet, in the few situations where he explicitly encounters the limits of its representational possibilities, as in cases of, he calls them Holocaustal events that, I quote, bear little similarity to what earlier historians conventionally took as their objects of studies, end of quote. He does what Rancière does in Names of History. He reaches for the transgressive potential of modernist literature. Now, if it's good enough for White and Rancière, it should be good enough for us as well. So let us turn attention in that direction for a moment. If the novel is a twin brother, sort of twin brother of historical discourse, then perhaps the best place to look for the answers that interest us here is the elusive genre of the political novel. The aforementioned proliferation of names that are uncoupled from things is not very helpful here, though. There are numerous possible answers to the question of what politics of literature is. My preferred answer, with full awareness that its drawbacks is still Rancière's, according to which the politics of literature should not refer to the engagement of writers or the representation of political actors and struggles, but to intervention of literature in the order of the sensible. However, if we accept the criticism that such a definition is too inflammatory, we should rather use the option to turn to another historian and see what he thinks. Dominic Lacapra, who rejects both vulgar contextualism and radical immanentism, argues in his several studies that the relationship of literature to history can take three forms: symptomatic, critical, and transformative. The first form is a more or less sophisticated version of reflection, in which literature is subordinated to history and merely reflects or reproduces established tropological relations. In the second two cases, on the other hand, the literary text is accorded more agency, as it either reveals or even partially undermines latent ideological mechanisms. These relationships are not mutually exclusive. In fact, as Lacapra shows us, they often coexist in the novels he analyzes. It is interesting to note, however, that while he argues, citing Stendhal's famous quote about the pistol in the theater, that there is nothing unliterary about a blatant approach to politics, he also emphasized that the text, I quote, may have transformative effects more through its style or mode of narration than in the concrete image of representation of any desirable alternative society or polity, end of quote. Modernist novels, which Lacapra chooses for analysis, confirm these claims in praxis, bringing him on the same page with White and Rancière, despite his occasional criticism of the first, of White. In this case, all three of them refer to works of the same modernist canon with similar topoi of analysis, the style of narration which undermines the rules of the appropriate, the absence of an objective point of reference, the multiplication of narrative perspectives, the employment of free indirect speech, the fragmental, unfinished plots, etc., etc. It is no wonder that one of the names that frequently appears in Lacapra's analysis is Mikhail Bakhtin. Bakhtin's theory of the novel, and in particular his concept of polyphony, is the ideal analytical tool for what Lacapra is trying to show, but it is also very useful for my point today, especially if we broaden the context a little and include Bakhtin's collaborators. In his Discourse in Life and Discourse in Art, one of them, Valentin Voloshinov, argues that every linguistic sign has a third component in addition to form and content, an evaluation, a kind of ideological judgment that organizes the form and the content. However, the evaluations that have, I quote, entered the flesh and blood of the social group are often invisible in everyday discourse. In other words, we find ourselves here on the illusionary zero level of figuration. The exceptions are moments of social instability in which the ideological component becomes perceptible. But since the literary text is detached from the immediate communication situation, Voloshinov believes that even in a stable situation, it becomes, I quote, a powerful condenser of unarticulated social evaluations, end of quote. Accordingly, the polyphonic novel, a product of a historical moment of instability that dramatizes social heterogeneity at different levels and by different literary devices, can be seen as a special case within a special case, a literary phenomenon that is particularly effective in exposing the tropological fabric of society and potentially reconfiguring its elements. It is also a phenomenon that probably comes closest to the common denominator of attempts to define the elusive genre of political novel since Howe's 1967 study politics and novel, and then further the whole discussion. The usual keywords of these definitions are conflict, thresholds, crisis, and the confrontation of different ideas set in motion by literary means. In Howe's words, the political novelist must be, I quote, like a nimble dialectician, and I quote, handle several ideas at once to see them in their hostile yet interdependent relations and to grasp the way in which ideas in the novel are transformed in something other than the ideas of political program. Let us now return to White's expression of doubt about the ability of historical discourse to meet the challenges of Holocaustal events. If history is by default a discourse that aims to enthrone the dominant values of a particular community, as White suggests, rather than to expose its tropological nature, what possibilities does it have to make voices be heard where before there was only noise? Can it just replace one dominant tropological system with another? Or is it possible for there to be something like a polyphonic historical discourse? Is it possible to use modernist narrative strategies in historiography, but in such a way that it remains history and not the kind of literature of facts that is popular today? Rancière is among those who believe that the answer is positive. White is much more skeptical. In Names of History, Rancière even proposes Michelet as a positive example, and is in his Knights of Proletariat, Rancière's, he himself uses some modernist narrative techniques. White, on the other hand, dismisses Michelet as someone who sought inspiration rather than understanding or explanation. Moreover, contemporary phenomena such as microhistory, history from below, or new historicism, and the phenomena that Professor Ivić mentioned also in his talk, have attempted to provide some different answers. Since I'm not a historian, at least not anymore, I was a student of history. I actually graduated history, but don't feel like a historian anymore. I will not put myself in position to judge them. Instead, I would like to turn once again to novel. I don't want to end this paper with the impression that political or polyphonic novel is some kind of superior counterpart to narrative history. As a great believer in tropology, as you have perhaps noticed, I would rather say that it's a matter of interrelation. For example, when Lacapra notes the importance of mechanisms of estrangement to the critical and transformative impact of the novel, he also acknowledges the dependence of estrangement on the historical institutionalized context. And since late formalism, it has been clear that this cannot be limited to intra-literary conventions, but must also include extra-literary values and norms, as Mukharjovsky phrases. And the only place from which a novel can draw values and norms in order to affirm, expose, or undermine them through aesthetic devices is, of course, the historical text itself. When Jakobson, in his essay on realism in art, criticizes critics for mixing different meanings of the word realism and still taking the 19th century realist novel as a privileged point of reference in this homonymy, he fails to ask why, or he omits to ask why. Why is this type of narration still the predominant one? Why, as White notes, does a significant proportion of novel production follow the history, conventional history, in employing certain narrative device to produce the subject who identifies with, as White says, moral universe of society? Why, more than a century later, do we still experience the modernist devices as declension from the rule? Could this be due to both the dominant narrative strategies in history and the foundational perspective on society and politics? And isn't this triangular relationship determined to some degree by the historical text of bourgeois capitalism and the liberal grand narrative that accompanies it, which remains the source of commonly accepted internalized values to this day? Modern capitalism, that was the cradle of these discourses and the cradle of the pair of opposite literariness, understood as a democracy of letters, but also contemporary poetics of knowledge. Could this explain why White, as a liberal, is simultaneously favorable to transgressive modernist narrative strategies, but also paradoxically worried that embodiments of transgression and the sublime are a shortcut to fascism, as he phrased it. And given all that has been said so far, would it not be reasonable to expect that every innovation in historical discourse, including imports from the modernist novel, simultaneously changes the way we conceptualize the political novel or the politically potent novel, and of course, vice versa? I admit these questions are a bit rhetorical. I started with one rhetorical question. I admit these on the very end are also a bit rhetorical, but I think this can pass as appropriate in a paper that struggles with irreducible tropology, irreducible homonymy. A curse or a blessing for history, literature, and politics. Thank you very much.
I have some.
Yeah.
You highlighted the concept of literary.
Mhm.
So, why use this term, which is really elusive and extremely difficult to define, and then reduce it, as Laclau does, you mentioned, to the sharp distinction between a reference and representation.
Yes.
That is, I think, a problem. We can't see reference without representation. There is nothing.
Of course, and I think Laclau would perfectly agree with that, because he argues that there is no representation that somehow doesn't deform the object, but the deformation, I think, can be only only conditionally seen as a deformation
Exactly.
In relation to some neutral appearance, because it doesn't exist. Every representation is always in sort of tropological system. But what makes it possible to think in that direction is the fundamental equality of things in some state, in some imagined state, in some supposed state before they enter the system of representation. And that's something that both Laclau and Rancière equally connected with the formalist term of literariness, and the in Rancière is the general equality of letters, general equality of words before they enter in some tropological system. So they take that in very, very broad and kind of metaphorical sense, definitely, but to be able to think, to be able to introduce this perspective, one must think of things as being devoid of a certain hierarchical differential system of things uncoupled from words, and then being able to combine them differently depending on referential system. And that's why they use this formalist term that suggested that in literary sense, in sense of literature. So maybe it's not the luckiest option, the most the best term of choice, but it's something that comes up not only in works of these two theorists, so Laclau and Rancière. The example that I took here, but the similar usage can be found in Derrida as well, I think, and some other post-structural theorists as well. So it's something that appears as a phenomenon generally.
Yes, thank you, Zvonimir, for your lecture, for your paper. I have a question. I mean, we had discussions, many, and I have to say I was listening to you and asking myself, like asking a virtual question, how to read a political novel. If you would like, and I think some of your suggestions went that way. You have to read this and this and this. And of course, the first part of the paper was focused on Lacan and Nicosia, and you kind of you started from the claim that, you know, like, or you had sentence something like knowing that politics is a topological activity. And then I said, okay, if we know that politics is a topological activity, why do we read only, or why do they focus on modernist texts? Of course, because they are kind of always already affiliated with the kind of discourse that Nicosia and Lacan are fond of. But if we know that politics is a topological activity, then we should, as you said at the end of your lecture, we should not only look to modernist texts, but also to those texts which were kind of aligned with the ill-famed Orthodox Marxism, and which are like there, because these devices, because these texts were politics in this most, let's say, banal or straightforward or foundational sense of the term. And these devices that were used, like let's say in 20s, 30s, or 1910s, are today getting more, like getting interesting for us, because some of these, you know, simulations of authenticity of I and we, speaking on behalf of, you know, and etc., which are like political tropes, yes, are now today again used in you know, some all different kinds of identity politics, identity claims, representations, which are not only literal but really have a political value in the public, sometimes more political than they are playing with the tyrannies. So I just want you to reflect on that, because I find it very kind of not only valuable but usable to you know, broaden the scope and to say, okay, we're not interested only in modernist texts which are already playing the significance, but also in those texts which are kind of hiding their devices in order to be more, in order to enhance their mobilizing power, because that's where they get political, not only for chosen circles, you know, like, oh, close circles chosen ones who understand the fairness, but also for those who are kind of who are politicized by workings of these texts.
Thank you very much, Ivana, for that question, because you covered something that I wanted to discuss on margins of this, but then realized that I don't have space or time, whatever we put it. Because I was triggered in that direction by a paragraph of Hayden White, in which he discusses, in which he reflects on the discussion between the famous discussion in literary circles between Bloch and Lukács, of course. And where he notes that in this discussion, which can be taken as a metonymy of discussion between modernism and realism in broader sense, and when we put it side by side with historical discourse, then what White claims that the typical conventional discourse of history would go hand in hand with what Lukács affirms in literature as well, and would definitely be the other side of the medal of this, what I focused more or less here, and definitely I think that the same theoretical framework could be just, as you said, expanded to include this part of things as well. And to say, I would be very, very reductive now, but to say if we have these three relationships that Lacapra tells us, then the first would most definitely go, the first would be more or less what you sketched now. And it would definitely go in the direction of and strengthening, making more strong the tropological connection established in the same way in which the conventional historical narration does it. And it's definitely a very, very important part in this interplay of history and literature. And it's the important part that both Lacapra and White notes in their discussions as well. White says, as I quoted here, that most of the novels these days as well, just strengthen the links that historical text produce. Strengthen the, well, he talks about them as docile subjects that just interiorize the society's moral order and so on and so on. But of course, we can see the picture not. We can look at this situation not just like a situation in which we have one dominant differential order and the possibilities of transgression of those orders. We can also look at the picture in which we have a clash of two differential systems, and then certain novels would strengthen one or other differential system in this clash, but and all these authors, I think, at least implicitly, but some of them, as Hayden White, as Dominic Lacapra, even explicitly thematize that. But they're also interested in limits of representation of a historical discourse, and I somehow emphasized that more here, and thought that the other part of the story is deducible as the other side of the medal. But for example, this is perhaps the basis of a bit of a critique of Hayden White, because he points to the limits of the representational possibilities of the discourse he comments on, and he's kind of aware that these limits exist and that these limits are a political problem, that they have political dimension and so on, but he never theorizes more about it. And that's why I try to somehow supplement White's account with those names. But I completely agree with you that this perspective is very biased towards modernist devices and perspective of transgression instead of perspective of grounding and strengthening the categorical relationship. But I think that the general theoretical framework, of course, if we agree with it, can work in that direction as well and can describe the other situation.
It's not about arguing, making value judgments. It's about observing the dynamics. Because currently in France there is a discussion which points toward replacement of the paradigm of kind of giving voice as Edouard and Didier and Edouard Louis are doing towards something which gestures towards literaryness as a way of politics, like literary politics. So these are always in competition. It's not now about like proletarian literature against modern literature, but they are, and we have to keep them together. So.
Yeah, okay, I agree.
Quick question as to the workshop organisers. We're over time for this session now, but there are two more questions. We did start slightly late. Should we take the two questions together?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Yeah. So first here and then Maria.
No.
No, you didn't. Oh, I missed it. Okay. In that case, Maria, go ahead.
Thank you, Zvonimir, for your presentation. I will try to reach the historian inside you and ask you if you comment. If you can comment a bit more on the critical potential of the concept of literaryness and this theoretical and methodological awareness of the literaryness and textuality of historiography. Is it a concept that has transformative power in the field, or it somehow stays at the marginal side or place in the disciplinary field, and how could it be transformative in terms of theory and methodology if you are aware of the current state?
It's probably well, the more informed answer would probably come from the historians in the room, not from myself. But from my point of view, I do believe I do believe that we can talk about this phenomenon on different levels, and on every level, I do believe it's transformative to some extent. The very basic thesis that White launched in his meta-history were apparently transformative to acknowledge that there are modes of employment beneath history. Apparently, they produced certain effects. They produced huge controversy in historical community. So the effects were immediately seen in that controversy and in consciousness that in some circles of historians it produced. Other levels, the levels beside acknowledging, so we can acknowledge that the whole thing of literarianist tropology, or whatever we call it in historical discourse, exists. This acknowledgement produces some effects, but also the another level would be to try to employ this acknowledgement in producing certain changes in techniques that in which we write. I'm not sure how extensive this other level, the effects of this level were, and how much of these techniques were devised, but some of them I do believe exist, and certain authors try to employ them. I mentioned that Rancière in his Knights of Proletariat, which is also not the best example because he's not historical by his primary vocation, but he tries to do something with these documents. He writes in free and indirect speech. He tries to produce a sort of polyphony. And the examples Professor Ivić mentioned were very interesting for me from that point of perspective. These experiments, how to give voice in some other ways, how to introduce. When he was presenting, I was hearing them as examples of literariness in history. But then my question would be, if I ask the question after his presentation also, does this moment of literariness against goes hand in hand in certain chicken and the egg vicious circle with the institution itself, because they are enabled because the institution and the conventional history on the other hand exists, and they are in constant interrelationship. Their literariness, their estranging effect is felt because the rest of the conventional historical discourse functions in other way. So I believe if I manage to answer your question, I believe the effects exist, the effects are transformative, but the effects could be classified on various levels, and the effects are effective to various extents depending on the level we observe.
Thank you so much again, Zvonimir, and also for your questions. You obviously generated lots of interest and discussion, but we've run over, so we have to stop there for now. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Zrinka. Veliko pitanje tu. Ne vidim da niko ne piše.
Yeah, so we are going to continue now with our next speaker. It is my great pleasure to welcome Tomislav Brlek, who will be joining us online. He wasn't able to be here today with us. His paper deals with the controversial novel written in 2006, Jonathan Littell's Les Bienveillants, The Kind Ones. Tomislav Brlek is a dear colleague of mine. He works at the Department of Comparative Literature at Faculty of Philosophy here in Zagreb. He has published 2 books so far, Tvrdi Text and Lessons, or Lekcije. He has spoken a few times, I believe, and he's written on more than one occasion about the novel The Kind Ones. And today he's going to present us with the paper, The Politics of Form in Historical Novel, Jonathan Littell. Tomislav, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope this is working.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for having me. I will continue, I hope, in the vein established by two previous speakers, but dealing with one particular work. A case in point, I think, in this discussion, because the novel was controversial precisely because of the issue of giving voice. So just briefly to provide a bit of background on the novel, it was published in 2006 in France by an American living in France. In French, it garnered two most prestigious French literary awards. It also sold 700,000 copies, and initially was, as you can gather from this, well received. But eventually, no less than 4 books, book-length objurgations, were published in French, and when it was translated into English, the reception was polarized, to say, with the critics sharply arranging themselves in two opposing camps. Of special interest is that the historians were also interested in this work, and Pierre Nora and Anthony Beaver wrote about it, as did Claude Lanzmann, the director of the seminal documentary on the Shoah. Julia Kristeva, Zygmunt Bauman, Dominique Lacapra, Antoine Compagnon, Walter Ben Michaels, Klaus Teveleit. These are only some of the authors who were interested in this novel, which is, which could be said is set in the Second World War. I will explain why it could be said, because that's exactly what I want to focus upon here, where I think the political dimension of this novel is to be found. The speaking voice in the novel, after the opening chapter, again, I will explain this in a little while, is of one Max Aue, an SS officer, who takes part in all the in a wide range of atrocities in the concentration camps and the Eastern Front, and all over actually the theater of war, and then escapes at the end. He is narrating this at some point after the war. We don't know exactly when. One thing that is interesting is the comment made by Claude Lanzmann. Alles stimmt. Everything is accurate in the novel. In fact, he said it's so full, it's so packed with details, historical details, that he had trouble imagining who would be interested in reading it, apart from people like himself, who have spent decades studying the Shoah and Nazism. So on the one hand, the historical accuracy was not questioned. What was questioned was to give it first and foremost the actual fact of having a perpetrator speak. One of the books written against Littell's novel has the subtitle Negating the Victims. And so that's one and primary aspect of the problem. The second problem was for these critics that the novel combined historical research with mythological framework. This is obvious from the title, of course, which is taken from Aeschylus. This exactly, I think, is where we should begin from, as I'll hope to explain, because it turns out, and at the same time has not been noticed for some reason, that precisely this seemingly most fortuitous choice on the part of the author is historically accurate. But first of all, the very choice of writing a novel by or a work of literature by invoking Aeschylus, and specifically the Oresteia, the concluding part of the Oresteia, is a significant act, because this is not just any literary work. Versions of this story have in various forms been provided by T.S. Eliot, Gerhard Hauptmann, Jean-Paul Sartre, Eugene O'Neill. There have been, of course, numerous translations from Ted Hughes to Anne Carson, and of course, Richard Strauss and Richard Wagner were indebted to the Oresteia. Pasolini once intended to film an African Oresteia. So this is staking one's claim quite clearly. And in the novel itself, Max Aue reads Maurice Blanchot's essay on Sartre's Les Mouches, the flies, which is his version of the Orestes story. Significantly enough, he misreads Blanchot's essay. But the historical accuracy I was speaking about concerns the fact that the Oresteia was staged in 1936 in Berlin as the concluding event of the opening of the Olympic Games in front of the entire Nazi leadership, save for Hitler himself, and of course the representatives of all the countries that took part in the Berlin Olympics. So the Oresteia is precisely the mythical story chosen by the Nazis to present themselves to the world. And in the novel, this is the story, rather obliquely, chosen by Max Aue to present himself. Now, to return to the opening section that I skipped, but which I think is crucial for the understanding of the novel. The novel begins with the following. I will just read the chapters are very, very long. I will just read the opening of the first chapter. Oh, my human brothers, let me tell you how it happened. I'm not your brother, you'll retort, and I don't want to know. And it certainly is true that this is a bleak story, but an edifying one too, a real morality play, I assure you. You might find it a bit long. A lot of things happen after all, but perhaps you're not in too much of a hurry. With a little luck, you'll have some time to spare. And also, this concerns you. You'll see that this concerns you. Don't think I'm trying to convince you of anything. After all, your opinions are your own business. It is this last sentence that I think that I would like to focus upon, the relationship, because what is emphatically addressed in this opening, it's not a section, the opening of the first chapter, is the relation of the reader to the text. And the political dimension is to be found precisely here in the form of what Rancière, we've already heard earlier, analyzed under the heading of partage du sensible, taking part in, I would render it somewhat freely as taking part in making sense. But of course, sensible also has to do with perception, receiving sensations, and so on and so forth. Anyway, the political aspect of the literary text for Rancière is to be found in this sphere rather than in the content of the novel. But Littell's novel can and certainly will be classified as a political and a historical novel, even if we take into consideration content alone. But that's beside the point, I think. What really matters is the way it demands of the reader to engage and disengage him or herself simultaneously. On the one hand, and chapters are titled after parts of suite, the toccata, les Allemands, and so on. These are retained in French, even in the English translation, of course, because these musical terms are universally recognized. But this is, again, a dimension that has been completely ignored by those who berated Littell for writing the novel in this way. Well, the introductory chapter is titled Toccata, and this comes from, of course, from the verb to touch. And this is what the narrator, who does not yet have a name in this introductory chapter, opening chapter, which is the only one not set during this the war in the East, is concerned with. It's concerned precisely with what Sartre in Why Write described as the not mechanical activity of reading. The text is not imprinted in the reader's mind in the way that all ideological or censorious criticism implies, and all the negative criticism of Littell's novel is of this sort. If we imagine a speaking voice in the novel, a narrator, as an SS, unrepentant SS officer, then this will infect the reader, as if the text were a contagious disease, as if readers had no minds of their own. Something, as I said, explicitly addressed by the narrator here. Your opinions are your own business. And indeed, the reader should be able to make his or her own mind when reading a novel. Why would this be worth the effort? This is, after all, a 1,000-page novel filled with atrocities of various kinds from the point of view of, as I said, unrepentant Nazi. Well, precisely for that reason, because as Jean-Luc Nancy and Philippe Lacoulabach explained in their Le Mythe Nazi, the Nazi myth, Nazism itself is a myth. It's not that it draws on mythical contents, which it does. That is crucial. What is crucial, that it functions and is structured as a newfangled myth. And in this respect, they quote Thomas Mann's contention that to live in myth is to live in quotation. Myth is an endless repetition of immortal, timeless truths, which is what the Nazi discourse establishes, which is what Max Auer in the novel struggles with, but in fact demonstrates the inability of living up to this expectation, and which criticism that is predicated upon the idea that a novel should represent or enhance a representation, or convince through representation of a political action, course of political action that we want to, that we would like to see advanced, it is wrong in this regard when reading novels, but perhaps also in other contexts. It is only as Anna Kornbruch recently argued in her book Immediacy, it is only by distancing oneself from the work that one can experience it. Immersing oneself, being affected without the critical distance and without the disengagement from the necessary engagement in the narrative structures is to miss the work entirely. And also in view of someone like Adorno, this is the royal road to fascism, even when one precisely wants to oppose that. So what we have in Littell's novel is precisely what the opening lines tell us. It is a story that we don't want to read. It tells us things we don't want to hear because we refuse, again, as the narrative voice tells us, we refuse to accept that it concerns us in the first place. Or even if we allow that it does concern us, we would prefer to be concerned with it in some other way. Certainly not in a way that implicates us, which is the case here, because it is the contention of this unnamed voice, who is nothing but a voice. In the opening section, he will acquire the identity of Max Hauer later on. It is his contention that we, in his place, would have behaved just like he did. It's an outrageous claim, of course, but it's calculated to outrage. And that's exactly where, if anywhere, the political dimension of reading novels, whether they are political novels or not, is to be found. Otherwise, all we have is repetition. All we have is finding in different words things we already believe, affirmed. And this is then presented as somehow a political action, but it renders readers absolutely passive, therefore absolutely politically inactive in this situation, in the act of reading. So I think that there is a lot more that could be said about Littell's novel, but the main point would be that it makes a point about what a political novel is, or what is politics in the novel, or what the political dimension of reading any novel, and historical novels included, is to be found here. Now, the musical structure, as well as the historical content, as well as the literary connection with these schools, all point in the direction of enormous ambition. So, yeah, I don't think it's too much to claim this for Littell. Why is the setting the Second World War? Because this is the absolute war, the war that is in every conceivable sense the largest, most expensive war that has ever been fought, engaging more people than any other, of course, more dead people, more atrocities, and so on. So the scale, the immense scale of the war between Germany and the Soviet Union, with the Shoah, is relevant in itself. it has been chosen for that very reason. The same goes for the musical form of the suite, which is interesting in this regard because it originated each of the sections, and the order of the sections can be varied, originated in a dance. These were all originally dancing forms that eventually became sections of suites. So this relation between reality and formality, or reality transposed, is indicated in this way as well. I've already mentioned the relevance of Aeschylus's play, which of course is a play about restoring order after a catastrophe, and foregoing retribution by turning furies into the kindly ones. To conclude, in accordance with Hayden White's idea of historiography finally freeing itself from the certain type of novel writing, novels, for their part, also should liberate themselves, I think, from certain type of history writings. And in this, it is only in this give and take between historiography and the novel, where neither can substitute for the other, is that we can find a sphere of political activity, which will have to take the form of a critical engagement as opposed to an affective immersion in the text. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomislav, for your paper. I'm sure there are a lot of questions here from the audience, so please feel free to ask Tomislav something or anything about the novel. Yeah, Professor Ivić?
In France, there were some adverse remarks about the accuracy of Littell's novel. The famous problem of fumes in concentration camps, which was in a way to discredit the truth of the novel. That's a remark. But my question is, it relates to the last thing you said. Can we think about relations of political novel and politics on the one hand, and history on the other, as can we use the political term of federation of genres? What do you think? Just as to see how every time the relations are negotiated between fiction and history, between what is presumed to be real and what is presumed to be fictional, etc., just to and see it as a movement, not as an acquired thing.
Yes. Well, certainly in the sense that it is an ongoing process.
Yes.
But in politics as well, and we seem to have these problems and frequently come to grief precisely because of it, that we think that certain political institutions are something that is not an ongoing negotiation, but something that once defined will then work on its own. Well, it won't. Politics is it can only is only conceivable as an ongoing interaction of all those whom it concerns. It's not something exterior to people who partake of it, and the same goes for genres or types of discourse and so on. So we can, of course, provisionally agree on what we call the novel or what is accepted form of historiographic discourse and so on. But this is only for the time being. Well, the time being, of course, can be 100 years or so, but still, it's not. These are not laws. These are agreed upon conventions. I don't know if that's a proper response to your question.
It is, thanks.
There any more questions? Well, I have a question for Tomislav. So you mentioned that the novel has been sold in 700,000 copies. Can it be possible that the novel is popular for all the wrong reasons?
I'm sorry?
Can it be that the novel is popular for all the wrong reasons?
Well,
Can we do anything about that?
no, absolutely. I would go as far as to say that all classical works are classical for the wrong reasons. It's not that they don't deserve that status, but they're usually accorded it for precisely the wrong reasons. To give you just a very obvious example, George Orwell, as 1984, owes its immense popularity to the idea that it is a denunciation of a Stalinist rule in Russia, which Orwell explicitly said it's not, that it's the sort of thing that will develop in England, that has nothing to do with Russia or Stalin. But this did not help. My point is, had Orwell been taken at his word, people would not be as interested in reading the novel. And I think this kind of distortion has been suffered by every major author from time immemorial. This is what Oscar Wilde said, when critics are in disagreement and the author is in agreement with himself. So I think there's always some kind of distortion, and we cannot possibly know what 700,000 people thought they were buying when they bought this book. And there have been more since, certainly.
Thank you. Zrinka?
I have a question for Tomislav. What do you think? What aspect of the novel makes it political? Is it giving voice to the perpetrator, or is it maybe the consequence of using this narrative technique where, oh, my human brother, let me tell you how it happened, where it uses or misuses the effects of literary address to the reader? So is it more in the way it is written, or is it more in the way it could be read? Where does the danger lie? And is that maybe the reason why the novel is so controversial? Because it questions the possibilities of, I don't know, controlling the reception or some unforeseeable effects of this kind of narration on the, let's say, non-informed reader who reads that novel as a soap opera, because not only it has in detail described atrocities, but it also has all kinds of scandalous things that people like to watch and enjoy, while at the same time feeling not very well or maybe guilty for that pleasure. So
A little bit guilty, but happy.
yes,
Because that's
yes,
not them who are doing it.
yes, but also the novel has so many pages, and you read it. It can be maybe today be similar with binging TV shows. You read it and you don't. At least it was like that for me. You cannot leave the text because you have to read it. And the narrative technique, I think, is what makes it so effective. And this, the historical reception address that problem. Well, not only discussing if the historical facts are described accurate, but how did the historical reception address this part of writing the novel? So I don't know. I have too many questions.
Yes, I'll just say yes.
Okay. Just yes.
Now, well, I'm not sure if I agree with everything you said, but as to the question, did the historians writing about Littell's novel did they was that the question?
My question was, did the historians notice that problematic part of writing? Was that a problem for them or only accuracy of facts?
No, the principal problem was
Yes.
the very fact that voice has been given to the perpetrator and not to the victims, as if the purely as you said, an issue of narrative technique, who is the narrative voice, as if that had moral implications. So if you have a character speaking in a novel, you are, as a reader, supposed to, I don't know, take at face value whatever they say, or even worse, become converted to their point of view, and so on and so forth. We all know that novels are not read like that, but the objections raised were all predicated on the idea of reading as an reading novels as ideological drill. It's not that novels don't have ideological dimensions, but they do not lie, are not to be found where people usually look for them. I think that was the main problem.
Thank you.
Okay, so are there any more questions here from the audience? Okay, thank you, Tomislav, again for your talk and for joining us today. Now we'll be having a brief coffee break, right? 15 minutes coffee break.
I think.
No, I think.
No?
Okay.
Oh, sorry. How we continue for, okay.
Okay, we will continue and then have a coffee break. I'm very happy to announce our Caponeo team member, Professor Rossitsa Terzieva-Artemis. She's a professor in the Department of Languages and Literature at the University of Nicosia, Cyprus. She works in the fields of English and American literature and continental philosophy. Among many other publications, she's the author of the book Stories of the Unconscious, Subversions in Freud, Lacan, and Kristeva. And today she will present a paper titled Narrativity and Politics in History and Literature. So the floor is yours.
It's so pleasant to see at least myself on the screen. I got worried that already we're only 8 people online. So I'm hopeful that the rest are sitting patiently in the room where the meeting is happening. Hello from Nicosia. Very sorry not to be able to attend in person the workshop, but I'm hoping that at least my presentation is going to make up long distance for this missed opportunity. I hear everyone speaking with a little bit of echo. I wonder how you hear me, but if there is a problem, I can stop, restart, and so on. So let me know. Okay?
Okay.
All right. My topic today is narrativity and politics in history and literature, which is purposefully very vague and very general. As the presentation goes, you're going to realize that I'm talking about particular historical features, particular philosophical features, particular literary features. So it's not going to be a general paper, okay? So in this paper, I would like to explore some poignant links and commonalities between the historical and fictional discourses, especially the discourse of the political novel as a genre, tracing back the issues of narrativity and representation in history to the works of Nietzsche, Simmel, and Benjamin, among others. The interpretation of these theoretical issues, then, is going to be contextualized in the analysis of David Diop's novel, At Night, All Blood is Black, published in 2020, which won the International Booker Prize in 2021 for international translation. The novel was originally published as Fred Dam in 2018 and was nominated for the most prestigious French literary awards. Finally, it managed to win only the Students' Prix Goncourt that year. To elucidate the shifting boundaries of representation in history and fiction, I will delve in an analysis of the ethical and discursive moves that permit the political novel to voice its take on history, understood no longer as the critical or antiquarian past of peoples, but as a monumental endeavor. This is, of course, Nietzsche. The purpose will be to account for the critical approach to history, which seems to coalesce objective past, literary imagination, and individual voice, all perfectly embodied in the unsettling narrative of Diop's novel. Diop, it seems, manages to achieve what Nietzsche argues for in his famous On the Use and Abuse of History for Life in Untimely Meditations, when discussing the truly valuable in man's inherent entanglement in and with history. Quote from Nietzsche: "If he is to live, man must possess and from time to time employ the strength to break up and dissolve a part of the past. He does this by bringing it before the tribunal, scrupulously examining it and finally condemning it. Every past, however, is worthy to be condemned. For that is the nature of human things. Human violence and weakness have always played a mighty role in them. To this effect, I hope to address one of the questions of this workshop, namely, can the political novel as a genre be defined without a resort to history and or sociology? The answer in my mind is hidden in the continuous engagement with political issues of writers like Diop, who explore the past through the prism of the present, thus commenting simultaneously on violences and weaknesses still plaguing our contemporary world. Even without embedded clear definitions, the political novel is rooted in the past of a mankind embodied in doctrines and philosophies, teachings and assumptions about the politics of everyday existence. To start off, instead of a long trip back to antiquity and the ancient philosophers, I propose a look at two of the key figures in the late 19th and early 20th century. Friedrich Nietzsche, born in 1844, died in 1900, and George Simmel, born in 1858, died in 1819. One a philosopher, the other a sociologist, whose work significantly touches upon history and historiography in a way which is connected to literature in general and the political novel in particular. Needless to point out, to a certain extent, their work also coincides with the major event at the core of Diop's novel, World War I, which is puzzling still known as the Great War. In the second essay of his Untimely Meditations, published in 1876, Nietzsche posits the well-known distinction between the critical, the antiquarian, and the monumental historiography. This, together with the very title of the second essay that he managed to complete, Untimely Meditations, called On the Use and Abuse of History for Life, published first in 1874, this already attests to the pioneering, although slightly opaque from philosophical point of view of history and the role of the historian. His aim is evident in the choice of History as in the official title rather than Geschichte, suggests that he's not simply interested in a theoretical reflection of history with capital H, but also in the discipline itself. Following closely the ongoing debates of the classical philologists of those days, teachers and colleagues alike, Nietzsche takes a position which will have a long-standing effect on the way scholars perceive the job of the historian through the 20th and even the 21st centuries. He denounces the so-called critical historiography, or as he calls it, Wortphilologie, which is focused on the rather simplistic reconstruction of the past in terms of precise grammatical readings of ancient texts and archived codices. Nietzsche, however, is equally critical of the second kind of historiography that he identifies and names as antiquarian, or the so-called Sachphilologie. In it, he discerns the danger of historians who idealize the past and try to embed that ideal into the minds of the new generations of students and scholars, and thus warp a real productive engagement with the past. He labels historians who aspire to either of these approaches pedantic micrologists, but there is a sterile, unproductive engagement with history in both cases. Nietzsche seems that, quote, the individual has never been born who would represent the world in itself, unencumbered by an already determined cluster of epistemological and, more importantly, psychological categories. And here, Nietzsche juxtaposes a third approach, which he calls monumental. In this third approach, Nietzsche objects to the dichotomy he perceives in the existing academic establishment and the futility of constructing history as a purely linguistically informed remnant, or else as an ideal of a glorious past. He states in it quite quickly, quote, "Thus man spins his web over the past and subdues it. Thus he gives expression of his artistic drive, but not to his drive towards truth or justice." The essay on the uses and abuses of history for life comes in the wake of the publication of Nietzsche's famous The Birth of Tragedy, published in 1872, and the bitter criticism of the then influential classicist Ulrich von Willowitz's Moellendorff. In The Birth of Tragedy, Nietzsche already alludes to the need for a different approach to the past, which paradoxically passes through the present. He will discuss literature too via the classic text of tragedy and the tragic components found in the music of his friend Wagner, Richard Wagner. For Willowitz Moellendorff, it is inconceivable how a classic composer could possibly have a better access to history than a classical philologist. aka historian. In the second timely meditation, then, Nietzsche would respond to that criticism by exposing the weaknesses of the critical and the antiquarian approaches to history, and then will outline, only outline, of course, a bold new monumental approach which will account for the psychological makeup or the character of the historian in terms of instincts, motivation, and skills which he perceives as directly involved in effectively narrating the past. Only in this third mode, the effective narrative of the past is produced, as opposed to the mummification of life, as he claims. Quote, if you are to venture to interpret the past, you can do so only out of the fullest exertion of the vigor of the present. Only when you put forth your noblest qualities in all their strength will you define what is worth knowing and preserving in the past. Like to like, otherwise you will draw the past down to you. Do not believe historiography that does not spring from the head of the rarest minds. In this very statement, and in many others throughout the untimely meditations, we do not get a precise map to scholarly work, but at least we envision the kind of historian who can properly account for the past. An imposing, talented scholar who can intuit what is worth resurrecting about the past. Probably in these statements, which try to define what the purpose of history is among the human sciences, we can see the overlapping with literary production as well. The elusive talent, inspiration, and intuition in narrating a story that is worth telling. In other words, in order to tell the story of the past and to assess it, one has to surpass the old classicist models and invigorate the past with the outright positioning in the present, looking at the past. In literature and in the political novels specifically, similar repositioning vis-a-vis the lies we all know needs to happen in order to move from the isolated event to the universal. The selective quality of judgment perfected in the narrative, in the historian and in the writer, is what makes a story come alive in the imagination of readers. In the long run, the opposition between the critical and the antiquarian approaches and the monumental approach in Nietzsche boils down not to special methodological differences, but a difference which has psychological grounding. This means in the manner the historian looks at the past in order to create a portrait of it. Thus, instead of the grammatical, enumerative approach or a pessimistic antiquarian approach, the monumental approach provides insights backed up by the power of the perceiving eye of the historian to assure the reader that what once was great can be accessed today in the present too, if history is to be for life, as Nietzsche argues. Unlike Wilamowitz Moellendorff, who spells or rather abbreviates the name of Nietzsche to a pure N in his pamphlet, Nietzsche does not single out particular individuals in his second essay in the Untimely Meditations. His friend, the composer Wagner, however, would write on his behalf very simply, quote, we, meaning him and Nietzsche, we by ourselves look out from the mountaintop over the wide plain without disturbance from the scuffling peasants in the tavern below. Perhaps this quip sounds only too boastful, but how many of us today have heard of Nietzsche and Wagner, of their grand narratives in philosophy and music, and how many remember Wilamowitz Moellendorff at all? Georg Simmel, excuse me, Georg Simmel, for a brief period of time, contemporary of Nietzsche, is the sociologist that I chose to include in my presentation, since it seems to me that he picks up the interesting thread of the psychological in the monumental approach to history in Nietzsche, and rekindles it for the next generation of scholars in sociology and historiography too. In his impressive The Problems of the Philosophy of History, an epistemological essay published in 1892, Simmel echoes the Nietzschean monumental approach through an insistence on the subjective dimensions of historical events, thus launching a critique of the so-called historical realism. If we follow Oscar Handlin's view in his Truth in History, published in 1979, that the historian's job depends on a, quote, minimal operational article of faith, as he calls it. In other words, that the past really exists and we can, with proper effort, discover the truth about it. We're going to understand the impasse of Simmel in postulating an answer to his own question, which is also the title of an essay published in 1903. How is history possible? For him, the existence of the past is uncontestable, but from our contemporary positions, we can only glean aspects of that uncontestable reality. As observers and/or historiographers, we need to account for our biases, interests, and agendas, which inevitably interfere with our view of those historical events. In other words, Simmel offers to the sociologists, but frankly to all of us too, a psychology of knowledge which imbues the otherwise sterile, absolute understanding of epistemology, which is deprived of the most important element, the sophium. In this way, the social and the psychological aspects converging in the figure of the historian come to play a decisive role in the way history is narrated by them. Instead of claiming that the image of the past is produced, quote, as it really happened, Simmel supports the mediated knowledge, hence the mediated narrative about the past. In this sense, by extension, political discourse is based on the references to historical grounding and knowledge of the past, perceptions and admittance of actual reality, and ideas about a possible future, therefore dipping in a complex narrative of what was, what is, and what will be, if and only if, like we say in philosophy, in other words, if we have all the good conditions for this. In the sphere of literary production, Simmel's views hardly need any justification except the addition of the aesthetic as a major motor in the production of narratives. In the political novel, as I'm going to argue later, that complex conglomerate of past, present, future really is presented both epistemologically and psychologically, with the addition of the aesthetic. One might argue, of course, that certain level of the aesthetic is present both in historiography and in political discourse, but we need to consider, probably elsewhere, not today, if that aesthetic aspect is not confined to the rhetorical domain only. Simmel's groundbreaking approach to the philosophy of history is based on the so-called empathic understanding, or Verstehen, as it is in the German language, and the use of ideal historical reconstruction of events. His empathic understanding is different than Max Weber's and perhaps less successful in long terms. As it is often noted, Simmel saw in history and in the role of the historian the general objective of preserving the freedom of the human spirit, that is, form-giving creativity. This in itself proves problematic as long as history, unlike literature, aspires to be a social science, emphasis on science, of course. However, the moment historiography focuses on the narrative rather than its status among the domain of knowledge, it becomes truly creative in the portrayal of the past. In other words, history very closely resembles literature and especially the novel in its method of narrativization rather than cataloging of names and numbers. In saying this, I might be reiterating Weber's view of the procedural similarity between the natural and the social sciences by boldly adding the arts to the mix. Yet, I would like to acknowledge the existence of coherent, systematic methodologies, each unique to the particular domain of knowledge. Simmel, as a predecessor of Weber, could not accept the views of Wilhelm Dilthey or Heinrich Rickert on the distinction and separation of the natural and social sciences. By adding the psychosocial dimension, Simmel is already pointing at a similarity between history and literature as far as the method of narrativization goes. This empathic understanding is what unites these domains, or simply put, the intuitive observer experiences again their own consciousness, the experiences of others in the past and in the present, and possibly in the future, as long as consciousness is directional and always of something or somebody. In his understanding of empathy, Simmel is following the philosophy of empathy introduced by the German philosopher Theodor Lipps, who postulates that empathy, or Einfühlung, is possible when one person appreciates another person's position through a projection of the self into the other. Lipps famously outlined this theory in his book on aesthetics. So the triple entente between empathy, narrativity, and expression is clearly operative in both history and literature. Always aware of the now, of the present moment, as the historian is, and the writer too, this is how we see Walter Benjamin's later argument when he says, history is the subject of a structure whose site is not homogeneous, empty time, but time filled by the presence of the now, the so-called Jetztzeit. Thus, to Robespierre, ancient Rome was a past charged with the time of the now, which he blasted out of the continuum of history. But let me get to a few very obvious numbers and thus transition to a brief analysis of Diop's novel. The death of Nietzsche in 1900 marks the beginning of the 20th century. The death of Theodor Lipp in 1914, on the other hand, symbolically refers to the start of the Great War, while the death of Simmel in 1918 points to the end of that war. Based on everything we know from our history books, World War I starts in 1914 and ends in 1918. In that brief or long period of 4 years, we know, or we imagine we know, what it must have been like based on the numbers, the names, the museum objects, and various narratives about the war that have reached us. Those historical accounts are inevitably colored in a respective color by the skills and agendas of the historian. All claim objectivity and political awareness. The more interesting for me in terms of narrativization, though, is the work of the creative writers. On the particular topic of World War I, we have a treasure of novels written in various epochs, in various languages, with various agendas, and with various literary success. Without any particular preference, I just want to remind ourselves of novels like Henri Barbuse's Under Fire, published in 1916, Rebecca West's The Return of the Soldier, 1918, Jaroslav Hašek's The Good Soldier Schweik, published in 1921, Erich Maria Remarque's All Quiet on the Western Front, 1928, more recent ones like Pat Barker's Regeneration, 1991, Sebastian Falk's Birdsong, 1993, The list is really long and it bears the traces of that diversity that need to reiterate not numbers and names, but to narrate a war story in such a way that the historian might shy away from it because their work on a documentary, critical, and antiquarian way of narrating the Great War. The temptation then to compare novels to account for points of view is really big. But for the purpose of this presentation, I should like to focus solely on a very recent example of a novel about World War I, which has a powerful political message as well. This is David Diop's novel, At Night, All Black is Black, published in 2018. The fact that Diop is of mixed French-Senegalese origin is one of the motivators for exploring a past which is still problematic and appropriated to various political ends in French history and politics. Even today, the long shadow of the colonial past is somewhat shadowed by the discourses of the left, the right, and the center politics. To couple this presence made of absence, the discourse about the Great War is laden with the facts and details about alliances, rivalry, gains, betrayals, and ultimately about the loss of human lives as pure numbers. Diop, however, does not shy from tackling both issues in a most matter-of-fact way, which strangely reminds the reader of a historiography of the Great War, yet with the deep psychological interest and language agility of a talented writer. The political commentary very often is straightforwardly expressed in the words of the protagonist and or is left to the sensibilities of the reader so that, quote, his novel can be seen as an effort to fill in this lacuna in First World War memory, to quote Branagh Kallax. Like in many other cases, colonial history tends to be dissociated from national history in the French collective consciousness. But Diop immerses himself in the exploration of that issue through a depiction of the trauma and the unspeakable that unite people on both or all sides of the line. Finally, the question arises, is there a simple line per se, as the history books show us, or is there a vortex of pain that somehow always escapes historiography? The novel is a long monologue delivered by Alphen Ndiaye, a 20-year-old infantryman, one of the famous Creole Senegalese who take part in the war protecting the interests of the colonial master France on the Western Front. What the monologue masterfully delineates is the utmost tension between racial cliches and the preconceptions and the wishful egalitarian drive of the French democracy. This is the time when, according to Bailey, quote, the unsettling and alien skin color, languages, customs, and religions of the colonial workers and soldiers gave rise to a more concrete sense of national identity as essentially white for the French, end quote. Even today, some scholars point out that the failure in recognizing the multiracial conflict of the Great War, by no means equating the writer's approach to the monumental approach a la Nietzsche and Simmel, I would argue that Diop's goal is not an emphasis on the individual, but a depiction of common communal suffering and trauma, which happened to be voiced most memorably in Alpha's voice, but equally in the voices of the rest of the character. For all that has been said so far, Diop does not aim at a simple heroization of the tirailleurs Senegalese, but rather creates a powerful portrait of war trauma and the place of the individual in it. That individual who, depending on the point of view and the agenda, is depicted as savage or civilized, courageous or scared, traitor or hero, sometimes all that in a single day of warfare. The Senegalese soldiers were mythologized in this sense as, quote, docile, bloodthirsty, and merciless soldiers, particularly predisposed to brutal attacks, as Tremont would point. As very inappropriate, but yet to be found in his book Force Noire, published in 1910, Lieutenant Colonel Mangin postulates that due to their underdeveloped nervous system, the Senegalese soldiers are immune to combat stress. Diop inequivocally engages not with the outright rejection of that preposterous retrograde view, but with the powerful portrayal of the trauma which Alpha experiences at the loss of his more than brother, Haifa, as he calls him, more than brother Mademba Diop, his friend. That portrayal is so emotive because of the utmost violence conveyed in the language of the narrator. Here is one quote. Ah, Mademba Diop, my more than brother, took too long to die. It was very, very difficult. It wouldn't end. From dawn into evening, his guts in the air, his insides outside, like a sheep that has been ritually dismembered after the sacrifice. The author is not interested henceforth in the redistribution of abstract justice. Just a second, we have a problem with the with the marker. Sorry, in the reading. Okay, now we're back. The author is not interested henceforth in the redistribution of abstract justice that could be expected from a text which is supposed to make the readers politically aware of the many injustices suffered by the tirailleurs Senegalese during World War I, but rather in a depiction of the depths of the trauma that by its very nature is unrepresentable. Alpha is portrayed simultaneously as the traditional big child, le grand enfant, and as a savage warrior who is useful as long as the enemy is scared and defeated, but the same one who turns into a monster when the excessive trauma spills over and both enemy and comrades are horrified by his atrocity. Alpha starts collecting the hands of enemy soldiers that he butchers in daring self-imposed missions to kill and destroy. Initially, these missions are applauded, admired, joked about, but something happens after Alpha brings the fourth hand to the French trenches. The issue of civility and culture is brought then by Captain Armand, the man who respects his soldiers if they work as a well-oiled military machine, following some rules of civilized warfare. Yet the same man has no qualms when he has to punish the deserters among these soldiers, to punish not himself, but through the hands of the rest of the French soldiers or even the German enemy. Once such a moral duplicity is exposed, Alpha could say, quote, ah, Madame Diop, only after you were gone did I finally begin to think. Only with your death at dusk did I understand that I would no longer listen to the voice of duty, the voice that commands, the voice that leads the way. But it was too late. But it was too late indeed. Once the trauma is incurred, the continuous encounter with death and more trauma will bring about the ugliest, the scariest, but also the most human in Diop. Although in the eyes of his black and white comrades, in the eyes of Captain Armand, and in the blue eyes of the enemy, he is already a damned, D-E-M-M, a devourer of souls. It is paradoxical, of course, to think about the war not as a matter of justice, victory, courage, or glory, but as a metaphorical devourer of people who hardly matter, souls that are dispensable as anything else in this life, bodies buried in the big belly of an invisible war machine. Even a symbolic medal such as Croix de Guerre is stripped of meaning as it is given for questionable heroism and even more for questionable death, as the narrative shows us. It is part of the process, not a sudden realization, when Alpha says, quote, maybe I began to think for myself long before Mademba's death. Maybe my mind began to doubt the voice of duty, too well heeled, too well dressed, to be honest. Maybe my mind was already preparing to say no to the inhuman laws that pass for humane. Thinking for oneself and feeling for oneself are two things that are inappropriate in the army, since they betray the humanity of the soldier, make them vulnerable as much as the flesh of the body does. Witnessing and thinking, seeing the demise of Madame Diop, but also of so many others, produces in Alpha what Robert Lifton calls the image of ultimate horror. Lifton says, this is the image involving the dead or dying in a way that evokes the survivor's strongest identification and feeling of pity and self-condemnation, end quote. The recurrence of the scene of Mademba's death, coupled with the scenes of the death of other soldiers, friends and enemy alike, serves as markers of the imprints that trauma leaves on the psyche of the protagonist. To make these imprints visible, the language resorts to descriptions of present-time violence dispersed with childhood and teen memories of unfulfilled happiness, all this because the unspeakable is trying to get embodied in a narrative beyond the words of the politically correct or the politically accepted. In this way, the policy of survival overrides the politics of the times and the disembodied colonial discourse. To end off, a common place states that history is one of the greatest teachers, but do we actually learn? David Diop reinterprets the Great War with a look not as learning particular lessons, but reaffirming what we have actually known for a long time. Neither history is the other to literature, nor literature is the other of history. Each, in their own ways, tells stories about humanity and how often the humane escapes the wording of any simple narrative. Thank you for your attention.
So now we are opening the floor for the discussion. Are there any questions from the audience?
I'm hoping to be able to hear. If I ask for repetition, sorry.
I think it will be possible, at least the technical support made it possible, but I hope it's still is. Okay, then I will open the discussion while others are thinking about their questions. We were maybe to wrap up a bit the sessions from before and your presentations. We were talking about the narrativity of history and the possibility of defining the political novel in the perspective of history, and in your presentation, the sociology, and the way you concluded your presentation about the history and literature with its own ways of narration. I was wondering about the specificity of the relation of both to the reader and this other side of narrativity and the reception itself. What would be maybe the possibilities of the political novel as a genre in its relation to the reader and in relation to history, if I'm not too general with the question.
The question is not too general, but it is extremely time-consuming and needs proper care in answering it. I'll just try to outline some. I think that the problem of narrativity and the reception in both literature and history is related to issues that I already mentioned, like language, like linguistic ability, and also the effort of the historiographer and the writer to produce the effect they're searching for. First of all, from Simmel and Nietzsche, we know that these efforts are never innocent, that everybody is bringing into the interpretation of the past and the portrayal of the past in history and literature is bringing their own present somehow. I don't want to call it again agenda, but this is based on the experience of the historiographer and the writer. Now, what stays on the side, probably in my analysis, I just mentioned the readers and asked a couple of times, is exactly the reception, how we build on what we read, what we get from the text. This has to do, of course, with many interesting issues like the preference, the choice. Some people like reading literature, but they stay away from historical books or historiography. Exactly because they imagine that literature is much richer because of its language and symbols, metaphors, and so on. It gives freedom to imagination and so on. However, my point is that, that's why I started with Nietzsche and Simmel. My point is that if historiography is done the right way, let's say, monumentally, probably we can find a lot of the historiographer in their own writings about the past. In other words, they're not going to stick to the numbers and the name places and simple references to well-known facts, but they're going to outgrow that, and they're going to manage to produce history, which is actually very interesting to read. There is no doubt that even among the fiction writers, we can talk about people who are less skilled and more skilled in producing the narratives that are both politically informed, but also not obtrusive as lessons, in politics, but actually very philosophical takes on political issues. That's why I have chosen also Dio, because as I said, it's very easy to go in one direction and try to give a voice, to the invisible black soldiers, Senegalese, and so on, to become all of a sudden a speaker for them. Instead, Diop chooses the perspective of the monologue, which makes the first-person narrative even more impressive because we can imagine that voice of a soldier, even if we are so many years beyond the Great War. In other words, the perception is a matter of preparation, whether the reader is prepared to give chance to historical text to learn not simply the factology, but to perceive also the way that Nietzsche was referring, the way this past is reconsidered from the point of view of the contemporary historiographer, for example, or people who prefer the, let's say, colorful language of literature to dedicate time to that, to political knowledge as well. So reception is a matter of the reader, and I didn't spend enough time on that issue in this presentation, but it is definitely very important, very viable point of comparison between the way history and literature provide perspectives of the past. Mirela, did you manage approximately?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? For now, no. So maybe we will continue in other.
Time for lunch, I suppose.
In other sessions, yes. So now we will have a 10-minute break and then continue with our work. Thank you, Rossi.
Yes, we are running a bit short with time, but I think the break is needed, at least a short one to just refresh ourselves. So let's try to keep it in 10 minutes and then we continue. We'll be a bit off of schedule, but never mind.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a nice break. Bye-bye.
Možemo staviti yeah, we can continue. I'm already I passed through Croatian and I apologize. We continue with Karlo Držaić. He will be speaking about the question of the narrativity in historiography and the point of the political. This goes very well with what was said before, and without further ado, I give you the chair.
Thank you for the introduction. So my talk today, lecture or presentation, whatever it is, will be about sort of a comparison of what is narrative and what is narrativity in history and historiography, but a comparison what is this term or this idea for the Annals school in historiography and for Hayden White. Now, something like a month ago, when I decided to talk about this, the main problem that I could think of was the simple fact that comparison like this means reduction both the Annals school and Hayden White to in order to compare them. But what occurred later, what I found out later, when I looked at some debates between historians, practicing historians and Hayden White, is that mostly historians and Hayden White speak in a different language or different discourse. If you look at these debates, you can often find that criticism of Hayden White, criticism from the historians or historians of history of Hayden White are mostly answered by him in a manner that can be boiled down to "you misunderstood me." This is probably most obvious when it comes to the term of fiction, which Hayden White uses in a completely different manner than most historians would understand it. So my problem when I was making this presentation was how to make Hayden White, how to speak of Hayden White and his theory in terms of a discourse that is understandable and that is historic. Let's call it that way. And this is sort of a result of it. So in the history of the 20th century historiography, there's probably no more influential stream of thought than that which over several generations gathered around the journal Annals. And therefore it is mostly known as the Annals school of thought, Annals school of history. It can rightfully be argued that the influence of the Annals school on practices, methods, fields of study, and ideas in historiography was radical. This influence meant a departure from then traditional conception of historiography with an emphasis on political theory, a rejection of the linear and causal narrative model, connection with social sciences, encouragement to explore new themes and areas such as economic and social structures for mentality, and so on. From its inception as a negation of previous historiography, the ideas of the Annals school were accepted or appropriated throughout the 20th century, and perhaps even became dominant in what we might call nominally, of course, European or Western historiography today. So nowadays, the expectation from my first sentence about the influence of the Annals school of historiography probably no longer requires any explanation or argumentation. The situation is somewhat different with the other protagonist of this presentation, that is Hayden White. Similar to the Annals school, White had a significant influence on contemporary historiography, and his work, Metahistory, the Historical Imagination in the 19th Century Europe, published in 1973, is generally considered the moment of entry of the linguistic and rhetoric turn in historiography. However, White's self-critical approach or maybe better said, his questioning of the basic postulates of scientific historiography, or rather the postulates that make historiography a science, has earned him a place on the margins of the historiographic field. Without being read, and often with even less understanding, his work is usually overlooked as a casual mention of an attempt to deny historiography the possibility of knowledge of history or the value of the historiography itself. White is not alone here, but he simply occupies the place or the position that in historiography has traditionally belonged to the philosophy of history, or what we mostly call theory. This is sort of in line with a stance that was expressed something like more than 100 years ago by Jakob Burckhardt, and I quote, "The philosophy of history is a center, a contradiction in terms. For here, history coordinates and hence is unphilosophical, while philosophy subordinates and hence is unhistorical." So, as I stated previously in the summary of this talk, to the main part of it, I will try to explain the position of narrative in historiography or narrative historiography in light of these two streams of thought. First of all, it should be clarified why I specifically chose the Annal School and Hayden-White. The first reason I've mentioned before, it is their influence, because of which today they figure in the field of historiography as symbols of opposing traditions. The Annal School represents the dominant historiography as an academic discipline with its outlined rules, outcomes, and expectations. And on the other hand, Hayden-White, I believe, embodies the critique of such historiography. And when we mention Hayden-White, I believe that most historians would also think that he figures for the critics from other authors such as Frank Ankersmit, Hans Kellner, but also the general critique of the well-known post-structuralists such as Barthes and Derrida. Another reason that should be mentioned is the simple temporal coincidence. Namely, just 1 year after White's publishing of Metahistory, in 1974, Jacques Le Goff and Pierre Nora published a series of essays titled Constructing the Past or Constructing the History. I'm actually not sure how to translate it from French, which can be considered a moment of gathering for the third, and it could be argued possibly the last generation of the Annal School and the beginning of the new history. From then until the 1990s, the Annal School and White operated in parallel, starting from mostly opposing ideas, but with very little direct debate. The third reason is that White's theory and the Annals historians' ideas of history clash precisely on the levels of basic concepts of historiography, such as truth, referentiality, or narrative. However, it should be noted that this comparison, as I stated at the start, is problematic on several levels. First, it requires a reduction of both White, who slightly changed his position over decades of work since the publication of Metahistory, and of the historians who are classified within the name of the Annal School, who are, of course, numerous and operated throughout the second half of the 20th century. The problem also lies in the Annal School's aversion to theory, in accordance with the traditional relationship of historiography to philosophy of history. Nevertheless, their historical writings reflect their theoretical presuppositions. Therefore, the Annal School actually never developed a sort of unifying or concrete philosophy of history. Sort of an example could be the famous book of the French historian Marc Bloch, The Historian's Craft, which was written while he was a member of the French resistance to the Nazis in the Second World War. Although without sources or literature, Bloch in the book deals more with examples and analogies than with contemplating theory of historiography. Nonetheless, even with this, his approach shows the school's broader inclination towards understanding history through practice and experience rather than what they thought of to be abstract theories. This focus meant that the Annal School's field of history is almost exclusively exhausted on the level of methodology. Following this, however, The works of the members of the Annals School show significant similarities, especially when it comes to the narrative. For example, we can highlight Bloch's Spiritual Society, Brauddel's The Mediterranean and the Mediterranean World in the Age of Philip II, His Civilization and Capitalism, or Leroy Waller's Peasants of Languedoc, which, while met with, just like many other works, are united by the absence of institutions or persons acting as protagonists of the historical narrative. In this way, the Annals historians seek to move away from the linear and causal conception of history, which from their point is also necessarily teleological. A lasting reason for this can be found in a different understanding of historical time, which is no longer determined by a relatively short sequence of events, nor is it uniform. Braudel in the Mediterranean, despite the title, gives only a secondary, or better said tertiary, role to the narrative of events in the Mediterranean during the time of Philip II, focusing much more on structures of the long duration in geographical space and transgenerational phenomenon of society and culture. Similar to that, Legault in the essay The Merchant's Time in Church Time in the Middle Ages further highlights the multiplicity of historical time and thus the multiplicity of history. This multiplicity necessarily meant abandoning linear historical time, but also the old conception according to which the narrative, despite similarities to literature, but due exactly to the methodology of history, is nothing but a reflection or mimesis of past reality. Another reason for rejecting the historical narrative for the members of the Annals School is the attempt to bring historiography closer to the social sciences and move it away from literature. Or, maybe better said, to affirm its status as what we would consider real or firm science. From the beginning, the Annals School emphasized this need for interdisciplinarity with the social sciences, but this intensified from the late 1960s in line with the general trend in historiography that ultimately led to what is called pleiometrics. For example, Poiret, in his essay from 1971, Quantitative Theory, opposes event history because it is, I quote, made up of a mere narrative of certain selected events along the time axis and based on the idea that these events are unique and cannot be set out statistically, and that the unique is the material par excellence of history. He later elaborates his position, stating that the traditional historical explanation obeys the logic of the narrative and is governed by this implicit logic, which privileges the period over the object and selects events based on their place in the narrative. Accordingly, the general critique of the Annals School towards the narrative and narrative history stems from the notion that it is a form of writing history that, due to its similarity to literature, is insufficiently scientific and can only present a simplified, superficial, and seemingly absolute version of past reality, typically through the privileged position of political history. For them, the form of narrative is determined by the content that modern historiography should have abandoned. Helen White, in fact, rarely explicitly addresses these ideas of the Annals, but in contrast to them, White emphasizes that narrative is not just a form, but also has a function which could be called, which actually he calls narrativization, which also acts as an apparatus for creating meaning. This is done through the imposition of narrative as a discursive form on events and figures in history by means that are necessarily poetic in nature. White provides the example of medieval annals, specifically the records of St. Gall monastery, where over a few centuries, one or two unrelated events were recorded each year without placing them in any hierarchy. Events such as floods, deaths, the arrival of Saracens, years of good harvest, or the crowning of kings were recorded as facts without any moral or political structure. Based on such examples of medieval annals, White argues that it is not enough for events from history to be chronologically arranged for us to consider them a historical account. It is also not sufficient for them to be simply implotted or connected in some form of mutual relationship that is plot, But also it's necessary this precise moment of narrativization, which endows history with meaning. According to White, this essentially means disciplining history to the moral political context of the historian, implying that the narrativization of event carries an imprint of content that is foreign to history itself. Hayden White emphasizes that what he calls real events in themselves do not carry intrinsic narratives or emotional tones such as tragedy, comedy, farce, or satire. Instead, meaning is assigned to events through the process of employment and narrativization by selecting a certain type of story and imposing it on those events. In other words, the same set of events can be interpreted and told in many different ways depending on the narrative framework or story type that the historian decides to use. Or to quote White, the production of meaning in this case can be regarded as performance, because any given set of real events can be plotted in a number of ways, can bear the weight of being told as any number of different kinds of stories, since no given set of sequence of real events is intrinsically tragic, comic, or partial, but can be constructed as such only by the imposition of the structure of a given story type on the events. It is the choice of the story type and its imposition upon the events which endow them with meaning. End quote. Following this line of reasoning, White, in his debate with the historian Georg Igers, develops the argument that the narrative storytelling of historians, whether consciously or unconsciously, is already determined by the end they expect or the method they have decided to apply for the analysis before the writing itself. In this way, the historian shapes the entire narrative and gives it an internal consistency that leads towards an outcome, or at least allows the application of pre-chosen method. This again means that history, from the aspect of its writing, is inevitably teleological, even if the text itself on the surface does not have such characteristics. In this sense, White's critique of narrative in history is at least twofold. On one hand, it relates to the problem of surplus that necessarily arises in giving moral and political meaning to historical events, and this surplus only occurs at the point of selection of events. On the other hand, the historical narrative represents a closed whole that the historian builds based on the logic inherent in the narrative style. This means that we cannot formally evaluate the truthfulness of a historiographical narrative except in the aspect related to chronology. Or to use an example that White often employs, the truthfulness of the Marxist narrative about the events of 1848 in France as a farcical reenactment of the tragedy of 1789 can be assessed according to the criteria of the accuracy of the event chronology, that is, whether they occurred and how, but we have no other criteria, logical or empirical, to assess the truthfulness of the narrative itself, except for the logic by which the historian himself created the narrative, and by that measure, the narrative will certainly be true. Therefore, if we view narrative as a form of writing history for members of the Annals school, it is too closely related to literature and literary discourse, difference from which the Western historiography was postulated upon. And so it does not allow the conveyance of their conception of history. They believe that conventional historical narratives, which often rely on linear chronology and the dramatization of events, cannot fully capture the complexity of historical process or the deeper quality behind historical changes. Nor can it affirm that historiography is a true science. But the Annals historians themselves reduce the historical narrative to a tradition of historiography against which they formed as movement. That is, they identify the narrative with a simple event-based political history, which, although positivist and claiming to be scientific as in 19th century, was largely written under the influence of national ideology. In opposition to that, Hayden White, in his work, approaches narrative as a key element in the construction of historical knowledge. According to White, the narrative is not just a neutral or transparent medium for conveying facts about the past. Instead, it is a means through which history is interpreted, organized, and presented. Narrative, in White's understanding, involves processes of selection, emphasis, and connection of historical events in ways that produce meaning and coherence. For White, the narrative is fundamentally an interpretive act that makes the past understandable through contemporary categories, and by which the historian participates in the creation of meaning of history, making historical writing a subjective and a creative act. In both of these approaches, a common critique of narrative in historiography can be discerned. That is not, that historiography or narrative historiography is not referential with respect to the past it deals with. This understanding of narrative leads to a critical reassessment of the referentiality of narrative historiography, where each historiographical text not only relates to the past, but also actively shapes it through the narrative and analytical choices of the historian. Of course, the problem of referentiality opens up questions about the scope of historiography, the possibility of its representing what we might call traditionally the real past, or conveying the truth about the past. As mentioned, for the annals historians, the path to solving this problem lies simply in rejecting the classical narrative, applying scientific method, but also in attempting to write a total history of society by dealing with previously neglected topics. That is, for them, historiographical discourse differs from literature in precisely two ways. First, because the subject matter it deals with is reality and not fiction, and secondly, because it applies the methodology of science. White approach to this is nowadays probably, at least in my opinion, more interesting. From what he believes that there are no such essential difference between historiography and literature. The historian uses models and means of literature to convert events into a comprehensible whole. But even before that, he configures his own understanding of the past as a discursive field in which the subject matter of the reality appears as fictional structures and figures. Therefore, he uses the concept of truth-claiming intention to differentiate history from literature. For him, history is a kind of complex prose that encrypts truth-claiming intention and reaches for meaning by deploying the formal resources of language to create intelligible and logically connected enclosures of events. This understanding, unlike that of the annals, leaves narrative open as a legitimate form of historiography, but also opens up the space for understanding the multiplicity of political in historiography. That is, the political does not only appear as ideology in moments of conceptualization and writing, but the text continues to act in the political field within which the truth-claiming intention is accepted or rejected. And contrary to common critics that White undermines the value of historiography in this sense, that he undermines the work of the historians, I would claim here that this actually opens up, or perhaps more accurately confirms, that the field of social and public action of historiography, public action in historiography. Thank you.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation, which further more our interest in of this workshop. So, questions, please. This is an imperative. Well, I'll start. Well, in your presentation of Annal School, is it the Annal School? Is it really such a homogeneous phenomenon as you present? Because when it started with Bloch and Ferrer, even in Bloch and Ferrer there are differences. And Ferrer insists on a certain value of narrativity, of presentation of facts. Secondly, the title of the publication changed to a sort of social history. So I don't think you can homogenize the phenomenon of annal history justly to this 3-volume book of Faire de l'Histoire, Constructing History, as you translated it. Secondly, when you say that there's no theory of philosophy, what about historians like Paul Venn, who thought the theoretical and philosophical aspects of making history, and Michel de Certeau, who just is sort of bridge between Hayden White and his vision of writing history with that of the Annals school. So I think there is, we can see the phenomenon as an ongoing process between sort of this Annals history on the one hand, and the changes in the American history, because, well, Hayden White is 73, I think. There is one very crucial publication which gives a sort of fleshes out theoretical fundaments of Hayden White's history. That's narration and knowledge by author Paul Mandento. We forget that Danto, who became after art critic, his first book was about philosophy of history, and of value of narration is his historiographical texts. So it seems that you have two sort of mediators, de Certeau on the one hand, going from France to the United States, to Anglo-America, and Danto going in the other way, from the United States to continental way of making history. So can you comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. That's why I mentioned it at the start. Obviously the view of the Annals school is a reduction of what I think is mostly viewed as theory and methodology, and how the Annals school is mostly viewed from the dominant perspective for historiography nowadays. For example, you could also make the argument of the late 80s and the sort of what they called critical turn in the Annals school, which is often named like the fourth generation.
Yes.
So obviously, the Annals school can't be completely summarized to how I presented it, but from my experience, or from how I see this dominant trend in historiography, for example, the critical turn in the Annals school is pretty much overlooked. The dominant historiography, when the Annals school is mentioned, the picture that you get is Legov in the 70s, or Brodel, mostly Brodel.
Most of Brodel, and then Legov, yes.
Of course, there are outliners here and who also participated in the journal. I mean, the journal changed name, I think 3 times or so. So
yeah,
it obviously changed.
To reflect the change of interest, yes, and the change of scope, yes, of history.
So, of course, you are completely right. But what I wanted to use a starting perspective of this dominant historiography, from which the Annals school is actually traditional, at least from today's perspective.
Yes.
But also, you mentioned that there were mediators. Actually, no mediators were necessary. Even Hayden White himself spent some time in France. Yes. I think in the 80s or something like that. Yeah. He had some lectures about metahistory.
Yes, but the reception was absolutely adverse to it. The first text which accurately asserts Hayden White's contribution to writing history was published in 222 or 23. It's by Jacques Calvin, one of the protagonists of the third generation, I think, of analyst historians.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are no mediators were actually needed. But, when we look, as you mentioned, there are no direct debates between them, at least until the late 80s or early 90s. So, yeah, I think that we can compare them, even without this connection between them, like two streams of thought that are even today in opposition to one another, and that were in the opposition to one another, even without them being explicitly connected to each other.
Yeah, but I thought that as mapping of an epistemological field more than actual relations.
Yes.
Although the Sato was very present and is very present in an Anglo-Saxon historiographical tradition.
Yeah.
And what about link?
Yeah, Louis Link is the value of narrativity
Yeah,
in history. His groundbreaking article in
Yeah.
History and Theory.
Yeah,
Of course, there.
with his, narrative understanding.
Yes, and then you have also Style in History by Peter Gay, a very interesting book about the role of writing in presenting historical facts. So what is interesting that Hayden White doesn't spring from nowhere.
Yeah.
Any other questions, please?
Perhaps since you can't have conference without, oh, sorry, somebody else was.
Go on.
Didn't realize. So. Okay. Since you can't have the conference or workshop without that notorious, this is more of a comment than a question. I'll do that. I'll take that notorious role. Since you told that Hayden White didn't refer much explicitly on School of Finance, although implicitly he refers a lot, but I would definitely then suggest you the names of history. Yes, look, I'm not sure. Have you read it so far or not? But
I'm listening to your lectures about
yes, but it will be useful for your paper, definitely.
Yeah.
Because Rancière does that link. He don't refer to Hayden White explicitly, but he's in a position very, very close to that of Hayden White, and he basically discusses with Arnold through his whole book. And what it seems to be a problem here, at least from my perspective, which is very biased, and I would like to hear counter argument of historians definitely, is that by trying to escape from narrativity in School of Finance, they're mostly trying to escape from what I was commenting on from tropology of history. And White notes that even in chronicles and annals, even in annals, you have an element of tropology. You don't have a narrative, so you don't have metonymical connection, but you have at least metaphorical connection, because every event is seen as something that fulfills the God's destiny perspective and so on. And in historical causality, generally, you have sort of tropology as well, because historical causality is different than mechanical causality in natural science. So it can't be avoided on that level as well. And Rancière argues that even a more detailed level, you can't avoid it. I would just quote something and then I'll stop. So it says, he says, what we avoid considering is simply this. History is, in the final analysis, susceptible to only one type of architecture, always the same one, a series of events happening to such and such subject. We may choose other subjects, royalty instead of kings, social classes, the Mediterranean or Atlantic, rather than generals and captains. We are no less confronted by a leap into the void, against which no auxiliary disciplines, rigors offer a guarantee. We must name subject, we must attribute to them states, affections, events, and that is where the adherents of chronicling tradition were already waiting a century ago for the partisans of a revolution of history to warn them of following the objects and methods they advocated to get history caught up with science, and the masses only made the rules of reference more indeterminable and those of interference more unverifiable. So the effect was opposite, according to Rancière. And when he refers to the most famous example, the history of Mediterranean, one most famous, he says that basically the Mediterranean is one neither by climate exchanges nor battles, nor by their addition or intertwining. It is as one because it is such as it was written. This such as bring to life the subject of history, blah, blah. So the unity of Mediterranean is simply unity of writing, of body of text about it. So at least according to him, annals didn't escape tropology,
just made it less clear and less determinable. But that's his point that I'm close to. But as I said, I'm very biased, and I'm definitely more curious than a historian. So I would like to hear historical perspective. That's a great, at least from the perspective that anthropology plays a role in choosing at least the or in sort of structuring the field of historical inquiry from the historian before even he writes the text. So anthropology plays a role even before anything is written. From that perspective, of course, the text is sort of teleological. At least I see it that way. But yeah, in that sense, the Art School couldn't have escaped it. That answers your question. But also, you mentioned the annals of Saint Gall, which I mentioned earlier. But from how I understand what Hayden White wants to say, his argument here is that precisely because it is what gives this political moral structure is the God itself. It's sort of a comparison to the idea of 19th century objective historiography, or where this structure is imputed, endowed from outside of the history itself, or the historiography, or the social context. So I wouldn't compare it with the fact that the annals of the Middle Ages had the at least the same or the similar type of this tropological structure as does the narrative history. I would find it essentially different.
Yes, I would agree, but since metaphor is different from metonymy.
Yeah, but Hayden White is explicitly saying that this is the vertical structure with God. Chronological order just illustrates the plan of God.
Yes, and although these two figures are definitely essentially different, as you said, the metaphor vertical and the metonymy there, the researchers in literary theory from Gerard Genet to Paul de Man showed us that metonymy has a tendency to slide into metaphor and vice versa as well.
I want to ask, all these disputes that you now told us basically revolve around methodological or meta-methodological problems. Do you think they are resolvable without some kind of firm philosophy of history? Let me illustrate. If you are strict, rigid, old school Marxist, you just refer to Althusser, you have dialectical materialism, it explains everything. You're kind of warranted in your endeavor. You just have to find out all the details of this, but the picture is clearly here. Is it possible actually to solve or even attempt to solve such problems without such a rather rigid foundational edifice or something? Or is it just a discursive battle, never-ending discursive battles because the first and founding principles are incommensurable?
Well, yeah, so hard question. I mean, the problem, of course, is what I mentioned at the start of it, is how to connect the philosophy of history, which is a question to history itself, so the practice of history. So without any, kind of how to say, to not just to connect it, but to integrate the history, a lot of history with history in the sort of way that Hayden White does when he makes history, when he analyzes the great writers of the 19th century. I'm not sure how to come out of it without in any other way than as he does with theory of tropology and the modes of narrative. So I'm not sure that there is any, at least from my perspective, there isn't any other way. Precisely because, as you mentioned, for example, for your Marxist example, the history is sort of already written before you start writing it, and that is precisely why, it's hard to test whether it is true, whether it is false, whether it holds up coherently outside of the logic of the narrative itself.
On that, we have this famous and notorious example of his totally judging the events of '68. I mean, he was so strictly into his structure that he misfired on every single shot.
Yeah, but I mean, at least from Boy's perspective, it would still hold out true.
Right, any other questions? Well, thank you very much. And we will proceed with the next.
Hello.
Our colleague, Milica Resanović, that's our final talk today, and we are getting closer to sociology as the third part, the thematic part of our workshop. Our colleague Milica is a scientific researcher at the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory and PhD student working on catharsis, symbolic borders, and struggles in the field of literary production in Serbia. So he will talk about disappearance or transformation of the committed novel in post-socialist literary field in Serbia.
Hello, I'm so happy to be here, even though I couldn't come here there to be in Zagreb. I'm so happy that I could join in this manner and listen about all these interesting things. Now I will try to share my presentation. I hope that you will see it. So can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. As you heard, I'm Milica Resanović. I'm coming from Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory of University of Belgrade, and today I will speak about committed novels in Serbia, to be more precise, about disappearance or transformation of the committed novel in the post-socialist literary field in Serbia. So this topic came up from broader research project that was my PhD project about symbolical boundaries and battles in the field of literary production in Serbia. So I would like to say something about the field of literary production in Serbia. As you're aware, a lot of things changed during the previous decades in the field of publishing, and those changes were especially dynamic in Serbia because of post-socialist transformation. So they didn't happen in time when they're happening in Western countries. So firstly, during the 90s, we faced decline of state-owned publishing companies. Then new private publishers emerged. Transition from state bureaucratic enlightened model of cultural policy happened in 20 years ago, and now still we have something that is usually labeled as transitional model of cultural policy. That meant that market success became the main driver of publishing industry. However, state is still present in publishing industry by giving through various of competitions some subsidies for publishing houses, libraries, and various publishing projects as well. So in this changed surrounding, the question is it still possible to produce politically engaged novels, and how to articulate critique when system, not just system in state, but particularly the way that field of publishing works changed so much. For my work, it was extremely important that I got inspiration from field theory developed by Pierre Bourdieu. And then I use also sociology of valuation and evaluation developed by Michel Lamon and associates, and some notions developed by post-Bourdieusian sociologists of literature, such as Mark Verboort, Kim van Ries, Heinrich Fürst, Philippa Chong, and Giselle Sapiro. By field theory, so for me it was inspiring to start from the idea that field is a relatively autonomous domain, and also I thought that Bourdieu's way of trying to find a third way between previous sociological explanations in sociology of literature that were telling that everything is so socially conditioned on one hand, and on the other hand, those definitions coming from the sphere of theory of literature, pointing out the individual capacities of one authors is important because it bridges those contrasts and gives some kind of broader perspective on literature production. So Bourdieu says that we can think of literary field as a field that has its own game, its own rules, and the main thing that it defines it, it's a struggle for recognition. So basically all actors in the field want to gain this type of symbolic capital. Also, fields are structured play spaces. So on one hand, we have pole of subscale production, and on this pole, actors try to fight and to gain more symbolic capital. And on field on large-scale production, market logic comes in as a heteronomous principle, and actors try to sell more books. Also, in sub-field of small-scale production, there are actors who gained a lot of symbolic capital. They are consecrated avant-garde, and the new avant-garde are those who are trying to establish new rules in a way, new definitions of what is considered interesting, quality, that has quality value and stuff like that. So what to do with committed novels in this kind of theoretical lens? Well, for Bourdieu, committed novels were really important. He thought that in first time in field in France was established, it was really important for authors to break any kind of connection with sphere of policy. So the principle art for art's sake became fundamental for that era when field was established. But later on, authors such as Émile Zola were able to deal with political issues by using means that are not political. So they could gain artistic, literary worth, symbolic capital, because it was autonomous space, and then the message they were able to articulate by those means were so strong that it crossed the boundaries of literary field and became a valuable source of critique in broader public and in sphere of politics. However, field theory has its own limits, such as how do we think of relative autonomy, divisions in the field, is distinction between aesthetic and economic evaluation criteria. The most important one are actors in field always in conflict, or we can think of collaboration and cooperation. And those critiques were also important for me to, in a way,
make field theory more flexible. So I wasn't really trying strictly to apply all things that Bourdieu said about field, and I was mostly focused on processes of valuation and evaluation, and I gained that inspiration from the work of Michel Lamon. So basically, I was analyzing standards of evaluation that actors use when they try to evaluate other actors in field of literary production, their work, and when they try to establish boundaries from field of literary production to other spheres of social life. I had qualitative research because symbolic boundaries and struggles are fundamentally discursive in their nature, and I had 35 interviews with writers and publishers, but I also used secondary data, especially data coming from media, as well as different lists of nominees and winners of awards, for example. And I combined those data, primary and secondary, in my analysis. So I started with the idea that I should reevaluate the notion of relative autonomy. So numerous authors, such as Giselle Sapiro, started from Bourdieu's theory of field, that there are some national fields that are dependent more on state and more on market. As I said, during the post-socialist transformation, field in Serbia became more dependent on market than in previous periods, however, not totally dependent. Starting from this, I asked questions. Can we think about state influence of fields now? Is it something, isn't state, to be more precise, is ideological control, something that is totally a matter of past? And if not, how it's present now in field of literary production? So when my respondents discussed the issue of state, the relationship between state and literary production, they stressed two different aspects. First is ideological control over literary creativity, and the second is system of financing literary production. When it comes to ideological control, widely held belief is that writers today can write about any topic in any way, including the fact that they can articulate criticism of the current political system or specific government representatives if they in their literary works. So I asked myself, are now committed novels more popular because people feel more free to write about anything? Is this so easy to think in this way? Well, it's not that easy. Censorship was definitely a thing of past. So especially older authors referred to their experiences from Yugoslavia when censorship and much more self-censorship were present. However, they were stressing in the same time that writers were much more important figures back then. So they had a social prestige, and social prestige was also present in that sense that political representatives were back then afraid that writers will write bad about them, bad about socialism, and then that type of novels could motivate people to protest. So writers were constructed in public discourse as important figures able to articulate
ideas that could motivate people to act to change current political situation. Now they feel that writers are not important anymore, so they're not motivated to write anything that can be truly critical in a lot of cases. Actually, it's not just about motivation. They feel that literature does not possess a threat to political authorities. So even if they try to write a committed novel, they don't feel or think that it can contribute to some real change. For example, in one interview, this was interesting for me, an author said, if I wrote something against Aleksandar Vučić in my novel, Serbian president, as I did, 500 people who read that novel will know. What does Vučić care about that? The other thing that they mention is that committed literature now has a role of legitimizing the ruling order as pluralistic. So basically, anybody can write a committed novel, and publisher, even the biggest publishers, will be willing to publish that kind of novels. Still, they're sure that that type of novels wouldn't inspire anybody to act in that manner that can bring political changes. So it will just be there in bookstores. People who don't like current regime will buy that, but nobody will be inspired to change anything. Oh, sorry. And third thing is that a relationship between committed literature, political engagement, and state subsidies for literature. So even though we don't have censorship, some authors mentioned that writers have less opportunity to gain subsidies, state subsidies, for their literary project, for example, for translation of their work, if they're committed. But it's not just linked to the content of their novels, it's also linked with their own engagement. So if they're engaged intellectuals, they feel that they won't get those subsidies, no matter if they write committed literature in some strict sense, or if they write other type of novels. I also identified conflicting definition of committed literature. So on one hand, some authors think that every successful literature is committed literature. For example, an author said, we simply communicate through literature mostly what we see the world as and what seems interesting and sufficiently unusual to write about. I think all literature is political. Good literature is always engaged. So this is one type of definition, and usually those authors who don't write books that engage with delicate political issues stick to this definition. On the other hand, those who are, through their biography, more willing to write about political situation, especially those who were engaged as anti-nationalist authors, who strongly criticized nationalist leaders and also nationalist elements in literary tradition. They were inspired by Sartre's understanding of committed literature. So for them, writing was a subversive act, and literature is something that should transcend its boundaries to address issues of inequality and injustice, usually connected with war activities, injustice produced by political regimes and stuff like that. And on the third hand, numerous of younger writers told me that they have a new understanding of committed literature. So it's for them, committed literature is that type of novel that deals with identity issues, that destabilize heteronormativity. So the understanding of what is political, and in that sense, what can be a political novel, is much broader, much less connected with the current political regime, and more with some subtle identity issues. So also, writers made the distinction between what is committed novel and what should they do as a public figures. So sometimes they were telling that for them it's more important to be a public intellectual in a way to criticize current political regime in media, for example, going to television shows and stuff like that, and not in their works. But they were aware that that type of activism can bring something to them as writers also, because some other people who are not typically their audience could get more interested in their work. They also stress that, I will actually read this one, I think it's a brilliant illustration. The scene is such that writers pretend to live in another country, in another time. And that is the problem, because they're cowards to avoid being politically incorrect. But really, that's the problem, lack of courage. It's impossible to remain apolitical in times like this. Of course, it's their right to stay silent, but not to me. It seems selfish and irresponsible and uncivilized. So one author articulated in this manner why he is politically engaged. In the same time, we see that political engagement is used as a criteria how they differentiate actors in fields. So those who are not engaged, they become cowards, and the less important actors with less capacities to be taken seriously. On the other hand, those who are not politically engaged think that this kind of engagement actually is just a way to gain a new audience, or to do something that you think that is important, which is okay for them, but it's not necessary in order to be a good writer. So being a good writer for them is just a matter of the text that you produce, and not what you do in media or in public space and domains outside the boundaries of literary field. So to conclude, criticism articulated in novels that once motivated people to change power dynamic in everyday life is now considered outdated. Older authors from the socialist era mourn the loss of the writer's influence in inspiring political change. Despite this, literature still exposes inequalities and encourages readers to contemplate alternative relations in society, and the scope of the political is usually broadly defined among younger authors. Questions of identity, sexuality, intersectionality, and self are also perceived as political. Thank you.
I will ask now everybody to ask question or remarks?
Thank you. Thank you for an interesting presentation. I just wanted to ask, this time I'll ask only one brief question, not to have an elaborate comment again. This outdatedness that you mentioned as a first conclusion, I have my doubts about this, but let us take that it is a fact. Do you think it's a fact, considering everything you said, more due to the media itself, so the literary medium? You said that one writer told you in the interview, if I write something about Alexander Vučić novel, 500 people would know. Would it be different if we made a TV series about Alexander Vučić? Would then thousands know? Would it be more effective than a novel or not? So is it a thing of a medium, or is it a thing of the late capitalism context in which everything is commodified, so it's not as effective as it would be in some other socio-economical context, as some parts of your presentation suggested as well, when you compare the ex-Yugoslavian context with the contemporary context? What do you think?
Thanks for question. So both, definitely, because everything is commodified, the possibility of effective criticism in any type of artwork is smaller than in previous periods. However, I think that they preserve literature as especially ineffective medium, because a lot of people don't read, and people who read are actually people who are coming from middle classes with a lot of cultural capital. Mostly they are against this political regime, so they feel that if they articulate criticism in their novels, they will communicate just with people who think in the same manner, people who they know, or they're in their social circle in broader sense, so they don't feel that that kind of message can be communicated through literary with some people who are outside their social circles. In that sense, when they go to media, or if they think of making series, they feel that that kind of message can be communicated with slightly broader audience, but still not as efficient as it was the case in previous times.
Thank you.
Any other remark or question?
I have just a short question. You did not speak about that, but your presentation made me think about the situation with the so-called committed novel, or what is in Serbia these days? How are things going with the school reading lists? What happened to, for instance, canonic works of, I don't know, Branko Čopić? This is a kind of committed literature, and it was extremely important in socialist Yugoslavia all around. And does this kind of literature still exist in schools? And is there any reception? What is the status now? Because in my opinion, it is children's literature, but committed literature as well. So, for instance, Orlo Virano Lete, or I don't know.
Well, schools' curricula weren't really a part of my research. Still, I know that some of important Yugoslav booksellers still present that were back then considered as committed literature, and not just Yugoslav, but those authors who we consider like authors of political novels in times of socialism, for example, Milan Kundera. So they're still in curricula, and that is not something that is a public issue. So it's not being discussed whether we have committed literature or not. What is now more important public question when it comes to books in schools is do we have those novels that have different kind of representation of sexuality and female experiences, and revision of some books are coming from that were put in school curricula. Revisions and critiques are coming from anti-gender movement, telling that, for example, scenes of any kind of explicit scenes, even though they are not sexual, but for example, in one book for kids, there was a scene of one woman touching the other woman because the one woman thought that she's having the cancer because she could felt some kind of lump in her breast, and anti-gender movement said that it's like showing lesbian scenes to the kids and that they will all become lesbians or non-binary and that it's terrible. So the discourse shifted totally away of issues of criticism, thinking of inequalities, political regimes, and it became a battlefield for anti-gender movement.
Thank you. Maybe anybody wants to say something?
Just a short question. You draw a sharp distinction between time before and nowadays regarding to reading habits. But reading was also always related to middle classes. And even in socialist Yugoslavia, which was an analphabetic country, at the beginning, it was a process of making people learn how to write and read and not to give reading lists to those who didn't belong to middle classes. And secondly, the problem of the intellectual as sacralized writer. That's something that was fading in the 20th century. And at the end of his life, Sartre, well, when he was writing his autobiography, not at the end of his life, he said, I thought that literature was a sword. Now I know that is not the case. But he added, I'll always write books because that's a critical mirror. So I don't think that the actual situation of a writer is different from this diagnosis of Sartre. What do you think about that?
Well, I agree. Actually, it wasn't my sharp distinction. It was more sharp distinction that I identified in my interviews. So I think that especially older authors draw that sharp distinction because they, in a way, feel nostalgia for Yugoslavia, and maybe not nostalgia in that sense that they think that Yugoslavia was the best country and that they had a really perfect life back then, but more nostalgia for the status of author that they think of now from this kind of historical perspective. I think that they lack and feel sorry that they lost a type of social importance that I think that they had in socialist Yugoslavia.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's really, really interesting for me because I work on a similar topic on public intellectuals in Germany, in contemporary Germany, and I really liked how you kind of sketched out, even if the distinctions are not the same, the distinctions or the kind of the conflicting definitions of committed literature. I wanted to ask something that emerges from my, and I think those things are kind of present in the German field and in across Europe as well. But I'm also particularly interested in these new forms, as you put it, of committed literature that looks at identity markers, discrimination, and kind of challenging normativity and that kind of thing. And in the German field, what you see quite often is the idea of something being political or committed or engagiert in the German case as a kind of a way of delegitimizing that literature as not relevant to everyone else and kind of without, and what you find then is also sort of some German writers that applies to having to remind the German public that there's always been this kind of engagiert literature and it was always actually seen as something outside the field, but now that's become canonized in a way. So I just wondered if there are kind of similar dynamics in some of the research that you've been looking at as well, and whether that's come up in the interviews that you've done.
Well, in my interviews, that kind of definition of engagement is characteristic for younger authors. So I think that they feel that older generation doesn't really perceive these issues as something that is relevant, and books that deal with these issues as those that could gain true value and true symbolic recognition. So definitely something similar is happening here, but I'm certain for youngsters, those issues and writing about them is something that is certainly a path towards producing something that has a literary quality and not something that is trivial, banal, or whatsoever.
And do you find the idea of something being political being used as a way to kind of dismiss it then in sort of general discussions about literature?
Sorry, could you repeat once again?
I'm wondering whether the kind of the marker of something as political is used to dismiss those forms of literature explicitly in the criticism from certain directions.
No, for those issues, they don't use the term political to dismiss them. They actually don't think that they are relevant enough to become political. So political is not negative in this sense. They don't get labeled as political, but they don't get even labeled in any manner. That's just like, oh, youngsters deal with those stuff, who cares? Like for older generation, you can find that type of attitude relatively often, not always, of course.
Thank you, that's really interesting. Thanks.
So we can finish for today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are really sad that some of the colleagues had to be online. It would be much better to have them here in person. But we will see each other tomorrow, hopefully. And now I would like to invite all of you to lunch. The lunch will be served at fucking Craft Bar. So,
That's where.
yes. Yes. Well, it is okay, Paki. I'm trying to be non-scholar. Okay, Paki.